The 73rd session of the Senate, the first regular session of the 19th Congress, is hereby called to order. Will be led today in prayer by a distinguished colleague from the city of Makati, Mayor Lourdes Nancy Binay.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. But the wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. James chapter 3, verse 17. Dear Father in heaven, in this moment of reflection, we come before you with hearts seeking hope and the longing for harmony and peace. We seek your divine presence to guide us as we make decisions that will either unite or divide us and may shape the destiny of our people and our nation. Grant us here in the Senate the wisdom to discern what is right and just, to clear our minds of biases, to see beyond political and personal agendas, and to prioritize the well-being of the people who we serve. Help us in our judgment and give us the sense of empathy to listen to the voices of the poor, the marginalized, and the vulnerable. As elected leaders, we too have our weaknesses and flaws, and sometimes lose focus brought by externalities. That is why we seek your divine grace for wisdom and enlightenment so that we as legislators can understand and be united in our work to pass important pieces of legislation that really matter to the common Filipino. Panginoon, basbasan po ninyo kami at patnubayan sa aming mga gawain bilang mga lingkod bayan at dalangin namin na ilayo po ninyo kami at ang aming bayan sa anumang kapahamakan. Ang lahat ng ito'y idinadalangin namin sa inyo, Panginoon, sa ngalan ng inyong anak na si Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Second. Session suspended. All right, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Present.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators physically present and 1 senator virtually present for a total of 22, the Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 72nd session, Monday, May 22, 2023, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of the Senate Bill number 1841 and House Bill number 5110.
Stay.
This is the bill amending RA 10066 or the National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Lauren Legarda, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda, better known as Tita Ganda, is recognized to sponsor her bicameral report.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our heritage is our most precious asset. It is our vital link, our irrefutable connection to the past, the living form of the present. The passage through time of a work of art, the evolution of a historic structure, or the interpretation of practices or traditions are just some of the expressions that define our national identity. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues in the Senate, the Committee on Culture and the Arts now presents the first bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1841 and House Bill number 5110. After having met and fully discussed the subject matter, hereby report to the respective houses the following: that number one, the proposed reconciled version provided in the matrix of a differing provisions of Senate Bill 1841, House Bill 5110 was adopted as the working draft. The bill format used by the Senate of the Philippines on Senate Bill 1841 was agreed to be adopted as a standard format of the reconciled bill. Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as Section 1 of the reconciled bill. The title of Article 1 of Section 1 of the Senate version was amended and adopted as an amendment to the title of Article 1 of Republic Act 10066 to read as follows. Article 1, Principles and Policies, Section 3 of Section 1 of the Senate version and Section 3 of Section 1 of the House version were consolidated and adopted as an amendment to Section 3 of RA 10066, or the section on definition of terms. The title of Article 3 of Section 1 of the Senate version was amended and adopted as an amendment to the title of Article 3 of Republic Act 10066 to read as follows. Article 3, Cultural Property and Natural Property of Cultural Significance. Section 4 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment of Section 4, RA 10066, or the section on categories. Section 7 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 7 of RA 10066, or the section on privileges of cultural property, for cultural property. Section 8 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 8 of RA 10066, or the section on procedure for declaration of delisting or delisting of Grade 1 and Grade 2 level cultural properties. The title of Article 5 of Section 1 of the Senate version was amended and adopted as an amendment of a title of Article 5 of Republic Act number 10066 to read as follows. Article 5, Registration and Preservation of Cultural Property and Natural Property of Cultural Significance. Section 14 of Section 1 of the Senate version, Section 14 of Section 2 of the House version were consolidated and adopted as an amendment to Section 14 of RA 10066, or the section on establishment and maintenance of a Philippine Registry of Heritage. Section 15 of Section 1 of the Senate version, Section 14A of Section 3 of the House version were consolidated and adopted as an amendment to Section 15 of RA 10066, or the section on cultural mapping by LGUs. Section 16 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 16 of RA 10066, or the section on cultural mapping by ICCs, IPs. Section 17 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 17 of RA 10066, or the section on cultural mapping, research, and planning division. Section 25 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 25 of RA 10066, or the section on renaming of historical place names. Section 34 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 34 of RA 10066, or the section on responsibilities of cultural agencies for designation of cultural property. Section 35 of Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as an amendment to Section 35 of RA 10066, or the section on institutional linkages of the national cultural agencies. Section 38 of Section 1 of the House version was adopted as an amendment to Section 38 of RA 166, or the section on incorporation of national cultural treasures and important cultural property in the basic education system. Section 39 of Section 1 of the House version was adopted as an amendment to Section 39 of RA 166, or the section on cultural heritage education program. Section 2 of the Senate version, or the section on appropriation, was amended and adopted as Section 2 of the reconciled bill. Section 3 of the Senate version, or the section on Joint Congressional Oversight Committee, was modified and adopted as Section 3 of the reconciled bill. Section 4 of the Senate version and Section 7 of the House version, or the section on implementing rules and regulations were consolidated, adopted as Section 4 of the reconciled bill. Section 5 of the Senate version, or the section on separability clause was adopted as Section 5 of the reconciled bill. Section 6 of the Senate version, or the section on repealing clause was adopted as Section 6 of the reconciled bill. Section 7 of the Senate version on the section on effectivity clause was adopted as Section 7 of the reconciled bill, and the title of the House version was adopted as a title of the reconciled bill to read as follows: An act strengthening the conservation and protection of Philippine cultural heritage through cultural mapping, and an enhanced cultural heritage education program, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10066, otherwise known as the National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009. This month of May, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we celebrate the National Heritage Month and the ratification of the Cultural Mapping Bill, amending Republic Act number 10066, or the National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009, is a momentous occasion. I sincerely thank the Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee, Senator Nancy Binay and Senator Coco Pimentel, for their immense contributions and patience and support to this measure. Cultural mapping is a way to make heritage an inclusive tool for local and national development. Culture mapping employs a grassroots approach that empowers local communities to identify and assign cultural value to important properties. With the devastating aftermath of a fire that engulfed and razed the Manila Central Post Office building, there is indeed an urgent call for a thorough and transparent investigation. With this tragedy of the post office, cultural mapping is more than necessary to establish and strengthen our heritage in a spirit of stewardship for the inspiration and benefit of the present and future generations. I am forever grateful to all the authors of the measure, as well as the chair of the Committee on Education, Senator Gatchalian, for having carved out the Senate Committee on Culture and the Arts. And much thanks as well to my counterpart in the House of Representatives, Congressman Romulo, Congressman De Venecia, and Congresswoman Escudero, and Congresswoman Castro, and our other colleagues who have been authors of this measure. It is an accomplishment of each and every member of this chamber, of this newly established Committee on Culture and Arts. I thank your leadership, Mr. President, as a champion of culture and the arts and of tangible and intangible heritage coming from Mindanao, and seeing the import of our culture as part of the roots of our national identity. I therefore submit this report to the body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished sponsor. Congratulations. Congratulations. Majority Leader, shall you make the motion to approve?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1841 and House Bill number 5110, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the record of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1841 and House Bill number 5110 is hereby adopted and ratified. Congratulations to the authors and sponsor. And before we proceed to other matters, I see in the back, Majority Leader, we have Governor Lalo Matugas of Surigao del Norte, together with Ma'am Sol Matugas, Mayor Sol Matugas now, also former Governor Sol Matugas. And I believe there's also a mayor from Antique, San Remigio, Antique, Margarito Mission Jr. is with us also.
Likewise, Mr. President, Governor Imelda Anguing de Maporo of Lanao del Norte
Oh, is he here as well?
is here, our very good friend.
Of course.
Tita Anguing is here, Mayor Juhar de Sumimba of Tamparang,
Sumimba, yes.
Lanao del Sur.
My neighbors.
guests of Senator Bongo and Senator Bato de Rosa. And likewise, guests of Senator
I did
Alan
not
Cayetano.
recognize Ma'am Anging because she has a short haircut.
Yes.
Yeah,
She used to have a nice long haircut, but
But
now it's
she's,
short haircut.
still-
New look.
Still beautiful as ever.
Ah, it's still beautiful, yes.
Yeah, just like our Tita Ganda, everlasting,
Yes, everlasting.
everlasting beauty.
Not the flower, huh?
Not the flower.
Everlasting.
It looks
special.
dry, so
Yes, yes, yes.
always fresh. But before we proceed, Congresswoman Jam Agaraw, 4th District of Laguna is also here. And
Congresswoman.
but before we proceed, Mr. President, the Senate President Pro Tempore wishes to be recognized.
It's never late, never too late to recognize a very important move of our Senate Committee on Finance Chair. I am ever grateful to the author of the 2009 law in the House, then Congressman Sani Angara, who's now our chairman of committee. It was his idea to create the Committee on Culture and the Arts and helped me request Senator Gatchalian. So I failed to mention that. That's so important. While it's always been in my heart, it was his idea and he helped me convince his seatmate, Senator Gatchalian, who willingly offered to carve out, of course, Senator Binay as well. So I'm grateful to Senator Angara and his father, who is smiling from heaven, who sponsored it here. I
Our
was
mentor.
only an
He's my
co-author
mentor
and
also.
co-sponsor, but it was Senator Angara Ed and Congressman Angara Sani who authored this in 2009. I'm happy to pass this measure. So thank you, Sani, for the creation of this committee.
Thank you.
Yes, likewise, thank you, Senate President Pro Tempore
We didn't
Sentore.
recognize Senator Sani Angara.
Yes, sir, Sani Angara.
Just a quick retort to our Senate President Pro Tem. It was a beautiful idea, so it needed a beautiful chairperson.
There you
That's
go.
Senator Lorena.
Absolutely. Everlasting beauty.
And I think it's, Mr. President, it's really very significant these days, no? Especially with what happened to the post office building, which is a lot of people, no? Really broke their hearts yesterday. So we thank and congratulate Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda again. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67. This is the Bill on Regional Specialty Centers Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure. I now move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Christopher Bongo, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Yeah. Salamat kaayo. Salamat po, Mr. President. Apologies to the good sponsor for my slight delay. Mari po ba ang good sponsor to ask some policy questions about this bill?
Gladly, Mr. President.
Okay, salamat kaayo, good sponsor. So, Mr. President, I thank our sponsor, Senator Bongo, for highlighting the need to establish regional specialty centers. Like most of our colleagues, I'm also an advocate of universal health care, but my bias is always toward a primary health-oriented UHC. But I fully recognize the need to ensure all Filipinos are guaranteed equitable access to quality and affordable specialized healthcare services. At this point, Mr. President, I'd like to ask some clarificatory questions of the good sponsor. Una po, good sponsor, about the integrated specialty centers in existing DOH hospitals. Sa inyo pong panukala, ang mga specialty centers ay itatayo sa mga existing at tukoy ng mga DOH hospitals at hindi po ito stand-alone specialty centers. Tama po?
Correct po, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Salamat kaayo. And are these specialty centers to be established in coordination with the national specialty centers?
Correct, Mr. President, with DOH po.
Okay po. So with DOH. Okay, good to know po. And at this point, may I inquire kung may mga DOH hospitals na bang qualified at eligible sa bawat rehiyon, batay sa criteria na tinakda ng panukalang batas?
Yes, Madam. Currently, meron po tayong 34 Department of Health hospitals that have specialty centers. A total of 53 DOH hospitals are targeted to have specialty centers, Mr. President. Tama, Mr. President.
So ibig pong sabihin, good sponsor, magdadagdag pa ng mga 19 DOH hospitals na magkakaroon ng annex or specialty center.
Alin? Hindi. Sa ngayon po, the good senator, meron tayong 34
Yes.
DOH hospitals na meron na pong existing specialty centers.
Opo.
Ang target po natin, not necessarily 19 po, no? Ano naman to, by phases.
Okay.
Yearly, meron na pong naumpisahan sa ngayon, as early as 2021, meron na pong itinatayo. Ang layunin po ng batas na ito para maging mandated na po siya na tuloy-tuloy po ang pagtatayo ng mga specialty centers up to 2028 po at depende po ito sa budget na available po.
Okay, Mr. President, good sponsor. Maitatanong ko rin po mamaya ng konti yung budget. So nasimula na pala po, good sponsor, yung prosesong ito, bali 2 years ago, 2021.
Correct, Madam Senator.
Opo, and then magpapatuloy pa ng mga 5 taon hanggang
Correct.
2020.
Or even beyond.
Or even.
Pwede pang tuloy-tuloy po, Madam Senator.
Okay po. Pero so naintindihan ko po yung meron na po tayong 34 DOH hospitals na merong ganung or ganitong specialty centers. Pero parang naalala ko, sabi din ng good sponsor kanina, lahat-lahat may 53 DOH hospitals. Ilan pa po nito ang target dagdagan ng specialty center nung panukala?
Lahat ng DOH. Hindi, total. Targeted. Ang DOH natin yun, 71. 83. Yung ang target natin nilagyan. Depende sa mag-qualify. Kung kaya ng pasilidad nila. Total of 83. Sa ngayon po, meron tayong 83 na DOH hospitals.
Wala, opo.
At nandito po yung data kung ano yung plano ng ating DOH na paglalagyan po ng mga specialty hospitals kung sino ho yung ka-qualify. Ibig sabihin, kaya ng kanilang infrastructure, kaya ng location, may mga pasilidad silang paglalagyan po ng nitong mga specialty centers na itatayo.
Okay po, good sponsor. So ongoing pa po yung assessment ng DOH and I suppose ng National Specialty Centers kung ilan pa dito sa total na 83 DOH hospitals ang magka-qualify.
Correct, Madam Senator.
But so far sa 83 na to, may 34 na.
Meron na pong existing na meron na pong mga specialty centers.
Opo. So, pero meron po bang parang maximum number, kahit ballpark figure in the mind ng DOH, na maximum number ng qualified DOH hospitals na in total, kasama na po yung 34 existing, na magkakaroon ng specialty centers at magsisilbi sa lahat ng Pilipino?
So far sa assessment po ng Department of Health, out of the 83 na DOH hospitals, 53 po yung qualified. Ibig sabihin, pwede pong paglagyan nitong mga so-called specialty centers natin dahil meron na po silang kakayahan. Andiyan na po yung pasilidad o pwedeng paglalagyan po.
Okay. So, tama rin pala yung nabanggit ko kanina, good sponsor, na posibleng as many as 19 pa yung idadagdag until the year 2028 or beyond.
Correct, Madam Senator.
Good sponsor. Tapos interesante na sinabi ng good sponsor na in phases ito ginagawa at gagawin. So ibig sabihin mula 2001 na nagsimula ang prosesong ito hanggang at least 2028 or 7 taon, maybe 7 or 8 na DOH hospitals ang natayuan or tatayuan pa ng specialty centers
Correct,
dito.
Madam
Okay po.
Senator.
Salamat, good sponsor. Magandang input para sa atin yan dahil taon-taon nga po titignan din natin nga ang sapat na budget para maisagawa ito once ma-identify sila ng DOH at sa kanang national specialty centers. And huling follow-up sa paksang ito, good sponsor, ang intent po ba ay makapag-establish ng at least one per region? Dahil baka umabot ng lampas halos sa 17.
Yun ba intention mo ngayon? Ano sasagutin ko? Please, sana yung data. Yung plano talaga nila, kumpleto. Ang plano po sa ngayon ay one per region po, Madam Senator. The DOH shall establish specialty centers in DOH hospitals identified by the DOH in every region. The DOH, in coordination with the national specialty centers, shall ensure that specialty centers in DOH hospitals have expert personnel and medical specialists provided with necessary training and appropriate specialist equipment. The DOH shall prioritize funding for the capital outlay investment for specialty centers through the HPEP or the Health Facilities Enhancement Program and other fund sources.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kung ang intent ay mag-establish ng isang specialty center as attached sa DOH hospital per region, so bakit ngayon pa lang umabot na ng doble, nasa 34 na, and in fact, posibleng by 2028 or beyond, aabot sa triple, 53.
Halimbawa po, Madam Senator, so for example sa Davao City, marami pong mga specialty centers na existing na po doon. For example, yung heart, ano pa mang nasa listahan ng Davao? Lung, kidney. So ibig sabihin sa isang DOH Regional Hospital or DOH Hospital, meron na pong existing na mga specialty centers, not limited to 1, 2, or 3. Merong 6, meron pong 7 na meron na silang existing na specialty centers po. For example, SPMC, meron na silang cardio. Ito po yung heart, renal care and transplant. Ito po yung kidney, lung care, brain and spinal care, orthopedic, physical rehabilitation medicine, mental health, neonatal, burn care. Ito existing. Ito pa yung plano.
Burn care po.
So meron na ho silang ma-existing at meron pa silang planong idagdag sa 2023, 2024, 2025 until 2028 po.
Salamat po, good sponsor. So, basta't ang target ay mag-establish siguro ng at least one per region.
Correct,
Opo.
Madam Senator.
Pero kung ibibilangin yung mga existing na specialty centers, maaari nga umabot sa 2 or 3 per region on average.
And then, Madam Sponsor, within 5 years upon the enactment of the Act, the DOH shall establish at least one specialty center in every region in identified DOH hospitals based on the top burden of disease and special needs in the area. Halimbawa po, itong heart. Ito yung isa sa mga top 10 causes of death dito sa ating bansa. Yun po yung bibigyan ng priority. Also, itong sa lung and sa kidney po.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pati sa pag-highlight ninyo dun sa burden of disease bilang gabay sa DOH at sa mga specialty centers or national specialty centers na pag-identify
Correct,
kung
madam.
anong klasing specialty centers ang itatayo per region na magiging bahagi ng DOH hospitals. So salamat para doon, good sponsor. Dako naman po sa susunod na paksa, yung mapping ng national specialty centers at yung kahandaan ng mga national specialty centers na ito na i-deliver yung mga bagong mandate. So, may I inquire from the good sponsor, Mr. President, if bukod sa Philippine Heart Center, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Lung Center of the Philippines, Philippine Children's Medical Center, at Philippine Cancer Center, meron pa po bang mga ibang DOH-recognized and identified national specialty centers?
Listahan.
Specialty, ito yung national.
Sila yung sila yung head. Ito sa Bern is East Avenue. At saka hanggang
Isa-isa siya sa
meron na siya. For example po, Madam Senator, sa Brain and Spine Center, ang number of DOH hospitals plan to be established with this specialty center, no, for the particular specialty. Itong Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Quirino Memorial Medical Center, Rizal Medical Center, Baguio General Hospital, Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center, Southern Philippines Medical Center, Ilocos Training Regional and Medical Center, Cagayan Valley Medical Center, Jose Bilingad Memorial Regional Center in Pampanga, Batangas Medical Center, Bicol Medical Center, Corazon Locsin Montelibano Memorial Regional Hospital, Eastern Visayas Medical Center in Tacloban, Zamboanga City Medical Center in Region 9, Davao Regional Medical Center in Tagum, Davao del Norte, at Cotabato Regional and Medical Center. Currently po, ang functional lang po niya para dito sa Brain and Spine ay ito pong Quirino Memorial Medical Center. Yung nabanggit ko pong 17 kanina, yun po yung planong paglalagyan po ng ating Department of Health ng para sa Brain and Spine.
No po. And good sponsor, pati pala yung mga existing na national specialty centers tulad ng Philippine Children Medical Center ay pwedeng magkaroon din ng isa pang specialty center attached sa kanya na nakatutok naman in particular sa brain and spine.
Correct, Madam Sponsor. Basta kaya lang po nila, andyan po yung pasilidad.
Salamat, good sponsor. Follow up dito sa tanong kong ito. Halimbawa, wala sa panukalang batas yung National Center for Mental Health. Although masaya po akong narinig sa good sponsor na sa Davao mayroong specialty center para sa mental health. Pero wala yun sa panukalang batas. Pati po yung National Center for Geriatric Health. Pati yung BURN, hindi BIRD kasi hindi naman ito veterinary hospital. Pero BURN ay wala po yata rito. Yung mga katulad po nitong specialty hospitals or centers, isasama din po sa regionalization?
Yes, Madam Senator.
So saan po sa bill nakalagay na pati itong ibang national specialty centers ay isasama po?
Hindi na natin nilagay, di ba? From moment, Mr. President, tinitingnan.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, with the indulgence of Senator Tiberos, if I may.
Yes, Mr. President.
While Senator Bongo is getting the data, since we passed the Mental Health Act in 2019, one of the very significant health measures, according to that, we will be establishing also mental health units in selected strategic hospitals, in the DOH hospitals. But it's the Health Technology Assessment Council, or the HTAC, which will determine where to establish the mental health units. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, sa ating principal sponsor ng mga principal sponsor ng Universal Healthcare Law na ang isang ipinanganak din noon ay yung mental health law. And siguro sa kanilang paalala, maituturing na companion measures, no, in this sense, yung mental health law at pati itong tinatalakay natin ngayong
Madam Senator, Mr. President, we did not want to put in the bill as we believe it could just be part of the IRR or DOH guidelines. We do not want to restrict ourselves on any enumeration of specialties, so that in the future, if the DOH sees it fit to add another specialty, pwede po nilang ilagay, they could do so. But if the good senator would suggest putting the specialties in the bill, then we could consider it during the period of amendments.
Salamat po para dyan, good sponsor. Pag-aaralan ko po iyon. Of course, hindi naman natin pwedeng ilagay sa IRRs yung wala mismo sa batas. But at least sa bill, as it's currently formulated, meron po ba siyang sinasabing time frame within which pwede ngang magdagdag ang DOH ng ibang national specialty centers?
Di ba?
Na national specialty centers, Mr. President, na
Wala po.
kumbaga i-replicate as specialty centers in the DOH hospitals.
Sa ngayon po, walang time frame, Madam Senator. Kasi ang DOH po ang mag-identify based on the needs po.
Based on the burden of disease, Mr. President.
Tsaka yung tinitingnan nila sa ngayon, yung 10 top causes of death talaga. Ang bibigyan ng priority. Itong heart, ito pong kidney, ito yung lung, cancer. At itong neonatal. Meron lang po akong gustong i-share po sa inyo, Madam Senator. For example, itong sa heart, no? Meron lang po tayong, sa ngayon, 7 lang yata ang may kakayahan na mag-opera sa buong Pilipinas. With the existing 53 target nila na DOH hospitals, meron tayong 83 na DOH hospitals, but 53 lang po ang merong kakayahan. Sa ngayon po, meron tayong 34 na DOH hospitals na meron na pong specialty center. Pero 7 lang po dyan ang merong mga heart center. So halimbawa, yung sa Zamboanga po, napakalayo po ng Zamboanga. They have to travel sa Davao kasi Davao lang po ang merong kakayahan sa ngayon sa Mindanao at sa Cagayan de Oro. Yun lang po may kakayahan. So kung paglalagyan na po doon sa Zamboanga Medical Center ng heart center or para sa cardio, hindi na sila kailangan bumiyahe pa ng Davao City or even sa Metro Manila para pumunta po ng heart center. Dahil napakamahal po ng pamasahe, wala pa silang matirhan dito sa Maynila. Even sa Davao, kung taga Zamboanga ka, ang layo pa ng babiyahin mo, gagastos ka pa at wala kang matitirhan. And I'm sure marami rin pong mga specialista po doon sa heart, mismo sa Region 9, sa Zamboanga, na aside from nagpa-practice po sila doon sa mga private hospitals, ay pwede na nilang gamitin ng kanilang expertise sa pag-oopera sa heart or even angio kung meron na pong mga specialty centers katulad ng heart center sa mismo po doon sa Region 9 po.
Salamat, good sponsor. And of course, Mr. President, just for the record, without those national specialty centers, there would be nothing to be replicated or capacitated at the regional level. So, huling tanong sa paksang ito, good sponsor, I would also like to know the readiness of those national specialty centers to perform these new roles and responsibilities. Halimbawa, sila ba yung magte-training, may transition program ba na i-oversee pa nila, magsusupervise ba sila in any way? So, may demonstrated capacity na ba ang ating mga national specialty centers na i-deliver yung ine-expect sa kanila? At ano ang implikasyon nito sa kanilang kasalukuyang operations?
Ang una nilang pipiliin, siyempre yung kakayahan sila to operate, di ba? Mag-guide sa kanila, for example, yung national specialty.
Ang una nilang pipiliin na Senator, Madam Senator, ay yung meron na po silang kakayahang i-operate nga. Sabi ko nga kanina, for example, itong sa heart, no, they will be guided yung specialty hospital dito sa Manila, yung heart. Sila po yung unang-unang mamumuno to guide the specialty centers na itatayo po across the country.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, medyo mayaman na yung conversation natin tungkol sa criteria ng mga pipiliing DOH hospitals na magkaroon ng specialty center na attached sa kanila. Pero concerned pa rin ako dun nga sa hindi criteria kundi capacity naman ng mga national specialty center. So, para lang i-refresh yung memory natin, yung mga national specialty centers ay may ganitong mga katangian. Una, sila ay core information hub tungkol dun sa specialty nila o specialization. Pangalawa, nagpo-provide sila ng scientific leadership. So yung patuloy na research, experimentation, etc. Pangatlo, meron nga silang specialty training at saka technical assistance. At pang-apat, siguro ito very related sa pagtatayo ng mga specialty centers sa mga DOH hospitals. Itong national specialty centers ay mga capacity builders. So kasama na po ba yon sa assessment ng DOH? Hindi lang yung criteria ng mga regional hospitals na lalagyan ng specialty center, pero yung capacity din ng mga national specialty centers na i-exercise itong mga characteristics nila in relation dun sa tutulungan nilang itayong mga specialty centers.
First of all, yung service capability mapping was done by the Department of Health to determine readiness of the hospitals for specialty care. Ang responsibilidad po ng ating mga national specialty centers, the national specialty centers including but not limited to the Philippine Heart Center, National Kidney Transplant Institute, NKTI, the Lung Center of the Philippines, the Philippine Children's Medical Center, and Philippine Cancer Center shall have the following responsibilities. First is serve as the core information hub for their respective specializations and diseases they cover in coordination with the Department of Health. Sila rin po ang magiging primary source of information about the specialty. Next, lead in the development of policies, protocols, and standards for the particular specialty and shall have the highest level of clinical services and training capability. Ang mga national specialty centers po ang may highest level of clinical services, meaning sila rin po ang pinaka-expert sa kanilang specialty, and as such, they shall lead in the development of policies and protocols. Third, provide scientific leadership by conducting specialized clinical, public health, and operations research with the multidisciplinary and multi-center approach. And ang national specialty centers po ang manguna sa research for a particular specialty. And number 4, provide specialty training and technical assistance in collaboration with the DOH to specialty centers in DOH hospitals to ensure delivery of quality services and strengthen the network of care across the country for a particular specialty. Ang national specialty centers, sila po ang magpo-provide ng training sa mga specialty centers. And lastly, conduct capacity and capability assessment of the services provided by specialty centers in DOH hospital for a particular specialty. National specialty centers shall assess the capability and capacity of the specialty centers. And according to the DOH, dito po sila, based on their assessment, kaya naman po nilang kaya naman po nila na-identify yung mga national specialty centers, pero syempre kailangan rin po nilang i-develop po ito for additional capability. Ang ibig sabihin, continuous po ang kanilang pagde-develop po dito.
Salamat, good sponsor, sa pag-flesh out pa nitong apat na characteristics or magiging responsibilidad ng mga national specialty centers, lalo na in relation sa mga itatayong specialty centers sa DOH hospitals. Of course, itong mga national specialty centers nasa iba't ibang stage of development. Halimbawa, sa kaso ng Philippine Cancer Center, it is actually still under development. And in fact, hindi pa fully operational. Baka by 2027 pa. So, bakit isinama na po natin dito sa bill?
Yung cancer center. Kasi hindi pa po. Ha? Meron na siya. Yung iba.
For a while, Madam Senator, we're
Yes,
trying
Mr.
to get
President.
information from the Department of Health.
Again, Mr. President, if I may, while we are waiting for the information from Senator Bongo, if I may add also, our Deputy Minority Leader, just to give an update on the existing specialty centers that we funded already. Actually, we have started this to the Health Facilities Enhancement Program. The SBMC in Davao already is a heart, kidney, and lung center. And recently, before President Duterte stepped down, inaugurated the Cancer Center. The Northern Mindanao Medical Center in Cagayan de Oro, which I visited, which we funded also as well, they were already able to perform open heart surgery. Nakapag-open heart surgery na sila sa Northern Mindanao Medical Center. And Visoto Medical Center also. I think their cardio unit is already operational. So hopefully sa Baguio General Hospital also for Northern Luzon, in the process or in the works already ang kanilang cardio unit or the heart center. And hopefully soon, Deputy Minority Leader, with our help, since we added 2 billion more to the HGAB last year, so I think all of these specialty centers will be realized very soon. In Western Visayas Medical Center, the structure is already almost complete, so it's up to us to fund the equipment needed to establish the specialty center. So a lot of things are moving now, but I think with this measure that if they will be able to pass this measure, it will be now be institutionalized at least every year. We can be assured that these specialty centers that have been identified will be funded, especially for the medical equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, good gentleman from San Juan. Thank you, Mr. President. Sigurado naman maaasahan ng DOH yung suporta ng Senado sa tuwing budget debates natin as far as the full implementation of the UHC law is concerned. Importante lang na malaman din natin ano yung detalyadong kaalaman ng DOH sa kahandaan. Hindi lang nung bawat target na specialty center sa mga DOH hospitals, pero ng national specialty centers mismo to lead this process for the department.
Madam Senator, nasa batas po ng Cancer Control, Republic Act 11215 law, na ang Philippine Cancer Center na ang National Specialty Center for Cancer.
Yeah.
So far, meron po tayong 7 na may kakayahan Cancer Center sa Lung Center of the Philippines, NKTI, Jose R. Reyes Memorial Medical Center, Baguio General Hospital, Southern Philippines. Ito po yung sa Davao, Cagayan Valley Medical Center, Zamboanga City Medical Center. At ang plano nila ng Department of Health ay magkakaroon po ng another 25 po na cancer center Isa-isahin ko na lang po itong Philippine Cancer Center, Lung Center of the Philippines. Ito po yung NKTI, Philippine Orthopedic Center, Jose R. Reyes, East Avenue, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Baguio General Hospital, Bicol Medical Center, Western Visayas Medical Center, Vicente Soto in Cebu, Southern Philippines. Ito po yung existing Mariano Marcos Memorial Medical Center in Ilocos, Region 1 Medical Center, Cagayan Valley Medical Center, Jose Bilingad, Dr. Paulino, Batangas Medical Center, Bicol Regional Hospital Medical Center, Corazon Locsin, Montelibano Memorial Regional Hospital in Bacolod, Eastern Visayas in Tacloban, Zamboanga City Medical Center, Northern Mindanao in Cagayan, Davao Regional Medical Center, and Cotabato Regional Medical Center. Iba-iba po ang readiness ng ating mga national specialty centers, kaya dapat continuous talaga ang pag-develop kahit sa mga national specialty centers. And of course, depende po yan sa pondong inilaan po ng Department of Health para dito sa patuloy na pagtatayo ng mga specialty centers.
Salamat, good sponsor. Importante yung point ng good sponsor, Mr. President, na dahil nga nasa iba't ibang levels of development, maging yung ating mga national specialty centers, dapat tuloy-tuloy din yung paggabay ng DOH sa kanila. Dahil in turn, sila naman yung gagabay dun sa mga specialty centers. Kumbaga, dun sa mga national specialty centers natin na hindi pa fully developed or operational, parang may trainers training din sa kanila para kanila namang ma-mentor yung mga specialty centers sa DOH hospitals. So para matuldukan lang yung pagtanong ko tungkol sa ating Philippine Cancer Center at the moment, batay sa criteria, qualified na po ba siya bilang national specialty center?
Qualified na. Hindi pa. Ginagawa.
So far, according to the Department of Health, patuloy pa siyang dinidevelop sa ngayon, Madam Senator.
Okay, salamat po, good sponsor. So, i-anticipate po natin yan na ma-fully makapacitate siya para siya rin yung National Specialty Center in all respects na gagabay dun sa mga cancer specialty centers natin sa mga DOH hospitals. Dako po ako sa related topic, Mr. President, yung namang transferability at replicability ng National Specialty Centers capabilities. So equally important question, Mr. President, ano ang mga guarantees na yung current capabilities ng ating National Specialty Centers ay replicable at transferable sa regional specialty centers?
Gaya na nabanggit ko kanina, Madam Senator, dahil ito po yung mga DOH hospitals na planong ilagay. So patuloy po ang ating mga national specialty centers na mag-training at gagabay sa kanila sa sa patuloy na pagdadagdag po nito mga specialty centers.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kasama po ba dun sa panukala yung pagtatakda ng performance indicators at saka matrix para sa National Specialty Center?
Yes, Madam Senator.
Alright, salamat po, good sponsor. And of course, magiging public document po ito available sa mga UHC advocates, pati sa atin dito sa Senado na taon-taon titignan paano suportahan itong proseso.
Yes, good Senator.
Alright, salamat po, good sponsor. Kaya ko po naitanong kasi ang inaalala ko po, Mr. President, is that we are still in the process of UHC integration and local health systems development at the city and provincial levels. Pero ngayon sa ating panukala, naglalagay po tayo ng additional mandates at saka pressures dun sa end referral hospitals sa regional level. So may thoughts po ba ang DOH kung papaano babalansehin yon na may prioridad pa rin tayo sa local health systems development. At the same time, sa regional level, may dagdag mandates tayong binibigay dito sa mga specialty centers.
Ito. Ang specialty centers po natin will be part of the healthcare provider networks. The DOH identifies apex or end referral hospitals. According to the Department of Health, hospitals that have at least 2 specialty centers are eligible as an apex or end referral hospital, Madam Senator.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pero may mas na-articulate pa ba ang DOH? Paano nila sisiguruhin na merong concrete na pagpaprioridad pa rin sa local health systems development, even at the same time na yun na nga, nagtatayo tayo ng mas maraming end referral hospitals sa mga rehiyon?
Kung halimbawa po, Madam Senator, kung consultation lang naman po sa primary care health facility, pwede ka na pong pumunta kung konsultasyon lang po ang kailangan mo. Kung medyo seryoso na po ang sakit mo, pwede ka nang pumunta sa mga hospital. Pero kung malala o malubha na ang sakit mo, pwede ka nang i-refer sa mga apex or end referral health facilities.
Salamat, good sponsor. Yes, Mr. President.
For example po, Madam Senator, no? Meron pong itinatayong mga super health center sa ngayon. Ito pong super health center sa medium type of polyclinic. Ito po ilalagay sa mga strategic areas all over the Philippines. Yung may mga malalayong lugar na mga 4th class, 5th class, 6th class municipalities na wala talagang kakayahang magpatayo ng kanilang super health center o health center dahil maliit yung ira nila. Doon po ito nilagay ng mga Department of Health. Napansin ko po nung sa kakaikot ko sa buong Pilipinas, marami talagang malalayong lugar. Yung mga buntis, minsan nanganak na lang po sa jeepney, sa tricycle o sa bus dahil napakalayo, 3 hours pa yung ita-travel nila para pumunta lang po sa ospital. Kaya nagtayo po ang ating Department of Health ng mga super health center. About 307 po itatayo sa 2022 at 322 po sa year 2023. Makakatulong po ito sa mga hospitals na madidecongest po sila. Sa ngayon po, mga almost 50% po ng occupation ng mga pasyente ay puro mga buntis. So itong mga cases na hindi masyadong malala, pwede na pong gamutin o pwede silang magkonsulta po doon sa mga super health center. Ngayon, ito namang specialty center, talagang mga komplikado, kailangan ng treatment sa heart at napaka-importante talaga nitong specialty center natin na Madam Senator. Dahil marami pong mga kababayan nating mahirap, ayaw na pong magpa-check up, minsan mamatay na lang dahil sa sobrang layo po ng mga specialty centers natin or specialty hospital sa Maynila or even in Mindanao. Nandun lang po sa mga sentro ng mga lugar ang heart center natin. Nasa Cagayan, nasa Davao City, wala pa nga po sa Zamboanga, so wala pa po sa Caraga. So napakalayo po ng biyahe nilang iba, ayaw na pong magpa-check up, takot po sa babayaran. Nalulungkot po akong marinig sa mga kababayan nating mahirap na ayaw na lang magpa-check up, ayaw magpagamot dahil takot po sa babayarin sa ospital at wala silang titirhan sa Maynila or even sa Davao. With this specialty center, mas magiging accessible na po sa kanila. Meron na silang malalapitan. And even yung mga specialistang hinahanap nila sa Maynila, maaring pwede nang doon na po sa mga probinsya na hindi na sila kailangan pang magbiyahe sa Maynila. Napakalaking bagay po ito. itong mga specialty centers na planong itayo at priority rin po ito ng ating mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos na in fact ako, sabi ko kay Senator Coco Pimentel kanina, our good minority leader, na kung papapiliin na po ako, mas gusto kong maglagay tayo ng mga specialty hospitals all over the country. Pero napakalaking halaga po ang kailangan at nagmamadali naman po tayo dahil bawat oras, bawat minuto po ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan, may mga sakit sa puso, anytime po yan, delikado po yan na hindi sila magamot. At natutuwa po ako with the establishment of specialty centers sa mga probinsya, sa mga reyon. Pwede na po silang magpa-angiogram doon, pwede na po silang magpa-heart surgery without going to Manila po. Pwera lang po siguro sa mga complicated cases na hindi kayang operahan sa mga DOH or hospitals or sa mga specialty centers. Kailangang dalahin po dito sa Maynila dahil may mga complicated cases na hindi pa kaya doon sa probinsya.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pati din dahil binanggit ninyo yung mga super health centers na nung panahon pa na isinusulong natin ng good gentleman from San Juan, ang Universal Healthcare Law, ay ina-advocate na rin itong representasyong ito bilang isang importanteng parte ng service delivery network dun sa local health systems development. At salamat din na binanggit ng good sponsor yung kung konsultasyon dito muna sa primary healthcare level, kung seryoso, maaring sa ospital, kung malala, maaring sa Apex Hospital sa mga rehiyon. Dahil nilalarawan nun yung isang importanteng bahagi ng ating UHC law, yung aspeto ng navigation na magabayan ang bawat isa sa ating mga Pilipino kung paano i-access yung healthcare and health services dito sa ating bansa. Siguro moving forward sa mga susunod na taon, yung as usual, yung budget debates, yung magandang pagkakataon na marinig ano yung proposal ng DOH at makapag-input din tayo bilang mga mambabatas na in terms of mismong yung mga piso at yung mga sentabo, paano pwedeng pondohan ng sapat, harinawa, both yung local health system development at saka itong ating mga specialty centers. And speaking of budget debates, good sponsor Mr. President, yung susunod kong pong paksa, yung funding commitment natin dun sa regional specialty centers. So aware po ako na yung Philippine Health Facility Development Plan o PHFDP ang gagabay dun sa financial investment sa ating regional specialty centers. Magkano po dun sa total funding ng PHFDP ang i-allocate sa regional specialty centers?
Madam Senator, babalikan ko lang po konti yung about your concern na as Senator, bantayan po natin na hindi po mapapabayaan itong primary healthcare, no? Dahil since ito po ay foundation of UHC and it is a priority, there should be balance. Rest assured po na babalansehin po natin yung financing between the financing ito pong mga specialty centers and the primary care facilities. Siguraduhin natin na patuloy rin pong mabigyan po ng focus ang ating primary healthcare. And moving forward po
Salamat, good
sa
sponsor.
budget,
Makikisa ako dyan.
the estimated cost of the building specialty centers is 76 billion. Ito po from 2024 up to 2028. Ang 17 billion will be funded from a loan from the Asian Development Bank in 2025 and the 59 billion will be funded from the GAA. This will be implemented in phases. This is just a target until 2028. If we cannot provide the yearly requirement, depende naman po yun sa Kongreso, no, kung magkano po ang kanilang i-approve. Then the implementation could possibly go beyond 2028 po.
Salamat, good sponsor. So 17B, pero may loan na po agad na na-anticipate tayo kahit wala pa po yung batas?
Qualified sila sa loob.
According to the Department of Health, ito pong ADB loan for COVID, pero hindi po siya naubos, kaya ni-restructure nila to fund the specialty centers po. Kaya nag-qualify naman po siya, kaya gagamitin nila sa 2025 po itong 17 billion na pwede nilang gamitin for part ng phases po nitong targeted amount until 2028.
Salamat sa clarification na yan, good sponsor. Mabuti na i-restructure din. At kaya ko po itinatanong ito kasi sa budget process natin, yung karanasan natin dito, as it is, ang laki ng gaps natin. Mabalik in a way dun sa nauna nating tanong. Gaps natin sa mga primary health facilities ay malaki na. At yung ating mga tertiary hospitals naman, laging may budget cuts at umuungot ng dagdag na pondo. So in this sense, good sponsor, Mr. President, ang nakakatakot, ipapasa natin ang batas na ito, syempre mag-expect ang mga tao na may specialty health centers, tapos maaring sa ilan doon, non-existent ang mga serbisyo dahil walang nilagak na sapat na pondo.
Madam Senator, yung bago pa po natin planong isabatas ito, no? Naumpisahan na po ito ng Department of Health noong 2019. Naglaan na ho sila ng pondo about 367,725,000. In 2020, ito, ano to, 2020 to? In 2020, naglaan rin po silang 194,320,000. In 2022, naglaan na po sila ng 6.5,541,735,000. Sa 2023, nakapaglaan na po sila ng 3,292,212,598. At as chairman po ng Committee on Health, mas gusto ko pong maging mandato na po ito, maisabatas natin para magkakaroon po ng concrete na plano kung ano talaga yung paglalaanan nila ng pondo. Though by phases naman po ito, depende naman po sa availability of funds, no? At priority po ito ng ating administration, kaya hopefully maging priority rin po ito ng DBM na paglalaan nila ng pondo, and of course ang ating Department of Health through the HPEP program.
Salamat, good sponsor. Out of curiosity lang, Mr. President, ito po bang specialty centers sa loob ng DOH hospitals, papayagan ba silang magkaroon ng kahit some semblance ng fiscal autonomy para mag-generate, mag-mobilize ng resources nila labas pa sa government funding o subsidies?
Hospitals can retain their income po. Pwede nilang gamitin to sustain, di ba? To sustain po.
Ganon din po itong ating specialty centers attached dun sa DOH hospital.
Correct.
All right, Mr.
Madam Sponsor.
Good sponsor,
Madam Senator.
Opo, Mr. President. At posible din po ba, Mr. President, na once fully matured yung ating specialty center, mapaprivatize sila or mako-corporatize sila?
Sa ngayon po, wala pong planong gano'n ng DOH. They will remain as DOH hospital.
Salamat, good sponsor. Oo, pwede. Pwedeng mag-retain na income. Pag naging specialty center. Actually, I'm glad to hear that, good sponsor, Mr. President, dahil pangarap ko talaga sa pamamagitan ng ating UHC law, yung ating public health sector maging kasing galing ng or mas magaling pa sa private health sector. So very good to hear po na wala pa namang ganong planong privatization or corporatization ng DOH, at least sa lahat ng specialty centers. So huling paksa ko na lang, good sponsor Mr. President, tungkol sa public-private complementarity naman sa delivery ng specialized healthcare services. So Mr. President, good sponsor, ano po yung magiging papel ng private sector sa pag-establish ng regional specialty centers?
Doctors. Mga doctors. Pwede mag-practice.
Yung mga private doctors po, pwede silang practice, pwede silang mag-practice. And of course, kadalasan sa mga espesyalista ay nanggagaling naman talaga sa private hospitals, hindi naman talaga exclusive yan. For example, dito sa heart, no, even sa kidney, kadalasan sa kanila nagpa-practice po yan sa mga private hospitals. At yung iba naman ay tumutulong. Gusto ko lang pong bigyan ng yung isang doktor po, no, pagpupugay rin isang doktor ng taga Davao, isa si Dr. Maruya, isa po siyang magaling na doktor sa heart sa private hospital, pero nagsiserve din po siya doon sa heart center. Ngayon, vice mayor na siya ng isang bayan doon sa Davao Occidental. Patuloy pa rin po siya. The role of private sector is considered to complement the services po of the specialty centers.
Salamat, good sponsor. And sana in the coming years, mas specify pa ng DOH kung ano yung complementary roles na pwedeng i-play ng private sector in terms of yung sustainability ng regional specialty centers. Halimbawa, sa public-private partnership ba yan o sa iba pang mga paraan. And lastly, sa paksang ito, sa huling paksa ko, good sponsor Mr. President, may espasyo ba para sa pribado at publikong sektor na yun na nga, magtulungan para sa pagpapalakas ng mga regional specialty centers para masiguradong may access yung ating mga kababayan sa mga specialized healthcare services na ito?
Wala sa
Magtutulungan po sila dahil unang-una, maaring yung mga wala sa mga public hospitals ay maaring nandoon sa private hospitals, pwede nilang i-refer doon kung di talaga kaya, walang kagamitan. And private naman po, wala rin sa private, maaring nandiyan rin po sa mga public hospitals na mga kagamitan, ay they can complement each other.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. Again, moving forward, lalo na sa konteksto ng UHC law, baka pwede pang mag-imagine ang department nung complementarity na ito sa pagitan ng public at saka private sectors. So, huling maikling manifestation na lang, good sponsor, Mr. President. I thank the good sponsor for responding to my queries, and I congratulate the Senate Committee on Health and Demography for pushing forward this bill. I hope that the national government, dahil nga po SONA agenda ito, will fully realize and operationalize the proposed measures' intent. Tulad po ninyo, umaasa rin ako na sa pamamagitan ng mga regional specialty centers na ito, magiging abot kamay ng ating mga kababayan ang mahalaga at kalimitang mahal na serbisyong pangkalusugan. With better organization, funding, and operations, I wish for the success of the establishment and sustainability of our regional specialty centers. Salamat po, Mr. President. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Good Sponsor.
Salamat, Madam Senator.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Next, Mr. President, to interpolate is our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pinter. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, just a few clarificatory questions. Anyway, natulungan na po ako nung nung first interpellation po ng ating kasama sa minority.
Gladly,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President.
Yes, sir. Iba po kasi ang naisip ko na mensahe ng Pangulo sa SONA eh. Ano po ba ang sabi ni President Marcos sa SONA about the regional hospitals? Ang naalala ko lang is na tumayo si Senate President natin to lead the standing ovation of that segment in the SONA, Mr. President. Ito po ba yung pinangako or this is a modified version of what was mentioned in the SONA, Mr. President?
Sa pagkaintindi po namin at pagkaintindi po ng Department of Health, Mr. President, na paramihin po ang itong mga specialty centers natin across the country na abot kamay, ika nga, palapit po sa yung serbisyo medikal sa ating mga kababayan through the Department of Health.
So basta gawin lang mas accessible ang quality healthcare, hindi pala ang iba kasi sa atin, ako mismo for example, ang dala-dala kong mental image, Mr. President, ay magkakaroon tayo ng heart center sa Mindanao na kasing galing ng nandito sa Metro Manila, isa rin sa Visayas, hindi sa kada rehiyon, but at least yung taga Mindanao siguro mas madali sa kanya napuntahan yung Mindanao Heart Center kaysa kailangan lumipad pa sa Metro Manila. So hindi po ganoon ang approach natin dito po, no? Sa pagkakaintindi ko at naklaro naman kanina.
Ang importante po rito, Mr. President, na makapagtayo tayo ng mga specialized hospitals across the country. Gusto ko rin pong banggitin sa inyo, ako mismo, no, kung tatanungin mo ako, gusto ko rin magtayo tayo ng sariling heart center, bagong heart center sa Mindanao. Gusto rin nating magtayo ng bagong heart center sa Visayas o sa pinaka-sentro po sa Visayas. But yung cost po and time is of the essence po natin dito, no? Dahil yung mga pasyente natin, hindi na po yan makaantay, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahihirap. Regarding cost and hospital level, building new specialty hospitals, it requires a longer time and higher budget compared to upgrading the existing DOH hospitals to have multi-specialty capability, because they are considered new hospitals needing its own law, charter, organization, among others. Theoretically, as all new hospitals do, a new specialty hospital must operate first as a lower level of hospital before becoming a tertiary hospital. Napakahaba pa po ng proseso at medyo nagmamadali na po tayo dahil time is of the essence nga po. Lalong-lalo na po dito sa mga may sakit sa puso, yung mga sakit sa lung, sa kidney, di ba po? Buwan lang po ang pinag-uusapan dyan. Oras minsan, araw. Di na po makakaantayan ng mga ilang taon. So, ibig sabihin po, kung tatayo tayo ng mga bagong hospital, ibig sabihin po, hindi po agad-agad magiging specialty ito. Dahil kung magtayo tayo ng bagong hospital, kailangan po dumaan sa napakahabang o mga nakatakdang levels ng mga hospital. Meanwhile, ito pong specialty centers program is already part of the Philippine Health Development Plan that was conceptualized since 2017 and was finalized and approved by the Department of Health in 2019. Kaya po mismo ang Department of Health natin ay sila po ang nag-push, and during the hearing, no, pagdinig po natin dito sa iba't ibang specialty centers bill na i-file po dito sa Senado, ay napag-usapan doon na mas priority po ng ating Department of Health na gawin muna ng mga specialty centers muna. Sa ngayon, meron na tayong DOH hospital sa mga rehiyon, kailangan na lang silang i-upgrade at mas madali at maglagay na lang tayo ng specialty center doon. According to Dr. Balanag of the Lung Center of the Philippines, this model of implementation will not disturb operations of existing hospital, but will actually encourage expansion of their services through acquisition of newer and more specialized medical equipment and training of personnel in more specialized fields. Ibig sabihin po sir, nandiyan dyan na po, may mga kagamitan, nandiyan dyan na po yung mga doktor na ready na pong ma-utilize po natin. And another concern po dito that must be considered in building totally new hospitals is the availability of healthcare workers. And not only that, but the availability of specialized personnel. Alam naman po natin kung gaano po kahirap dahil may shortage po tayo sa health personnel sa ngayon. Kaya ayaw naman po natin na magtatayo tayo ng mga bagong hospital. Wala naman pong magtatao doon sa mga hospital na itatayo natin. Ito po, yun yung nakita nilang mas mabilis at possible kaagad na pwedeng mapunduhan, pwedeng maitayo. Ito pong mga specialty centers, ilalagay po ito sa mga DOH hospitals kaya may personnel na doon. Kailangan na lang ng sapat na training at equipment at maaring magdagdag na lang ng personnel. Pero hindi ganun karami ang kailangan sa kung magtatayo pa tayo ng panibagong stand-alone na hospital.
Thank you for that input, Mr. President. So, mukhang gano'n na nga kasi the measure retains this concept of a national specialty center. So, gano'n na nga yung approach natin. So, there will be one parang premier hospital for that particular disease or illness, and most likely that is the one already existing and located here in Metro Manila, and then we will have these specialty centers. Ang tanong ko lang kasi, Mr. President, ang approach natin ay per disease and then regional. So let's assume there are 18 regions, and then per disease, do we really expect to have 18 heart specialty centers, one per region? And then kung hindi ganun yung ating plano, basta magkaroon lang ng one specialty center, isang heart sa isang region, isa naman lung sa isang region, isa kidney sa isang region, will not the patients with heart problems in the region without a specialty heart center now ask, bakit wala namang heart specialty center dito sa region namin?
Sir, Senator, meron po idadagdag
Yes, Mr. President, I move, may be recognized, Mr. President. If I may just add, being the principal sponsor of the Universal Healthcare Act, and I'd like to thank also our chairman of the Committee on Health for really pushing and continuing this specialty center. Because the reason why the DOH identified only certain health facilities to put the specialty centers because it's too expensive to put up. Like for example, our own stand-alone heart center in Mindanao, or a lung center and kidney center. So the Health Technology Assessment Council, or the HTAC, under Universal Healthcare Act is composed of specialists. So they are the ones who identified. So for example, in Mindanao, there will be two. One for Northern Mindanao, that is the Cagayan de Oro, the Northern Mindanao Medical Center in Cagayan de Oro, and also for the Southern Mindanao will be the SPMC, or the Southern Philippines Medical Center, wherein it will have its own heart, lung, kidney, and heart center. For Central Visayas, that will service Cebu and Bohol, it will be in Visota Medical Center. For Western Visayas, that will service Negros and Panay Island, it will be in Western Visayas Medical Center. And hopefully soon in Eastern Visayas, that will cover Samar and Leyte, will be in Eastern Visayas Medical Center. And then for Northern Luzon, Mr. President, it will be in Baguio General Hospital, which is the identified specialty center, and also in Mariano Marcos. And last but not least, for Southern Luzon, it will be in Batangas Medical Center, and also in the Regional Training Center in Albay, in Legazpi. So, Deputy, for the minority leader, for your info, because it will be too expensive, the DOH deemed it necessary to just identify health centers or health facilities that are already almost equipped and has the capability. So, thank you.
Salamat, Majority Floor Leader. Sir, Minority Floor Leader, sir, meron na ho tayong 7 sa ngayon na mga heart center, no? In fact, isa dyan ay pinondohan ni ating Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator JB. Salamat sa pagpondo sa Northern Mindanao. Ang existing po ngayon ay Philippine Heart Center, Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital, Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center, Northern Mindanao, ito po yung pinondohan ni Senator JB, Southern Philippines Medical Center in Davao, Western Visayas Medical Center in Iloilo, Cotabato Regional and Medical Center. At ang plano po nilang dagdagan, nabanggit ko po kanina sir, wala po sa Zamboanga, yung sa Region 9. So lalagyan nila at lalagyan rin po nila sa Bicol Regional Hospital sa Region 5, dadagdagan po sa Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center sa Caloocan, sa Baguio General Hospital po sa Benguet, Cagayan Valley Medical Center sa Region 2, no? At sa Dr. Paulino Garcia Memorial Research Center sa Cabanatuan, sa Batangas Medical Center, plano rin na lagyan. And of course, itong Palawan, alam naman natin na nasa malayo yan, isang island yan. In fact, kung magta-travel ka ng Palawan ngayon, isang araw ita-travel mo sa magkabilang dulo po, Senator Minority Floor Leader. Napuntahan ko na po mismo yon sa Kulyon, sa dulo ng may DOH hospital rin po doon, may malasakit center din po doon sa Kulyon na hospital. Yun po yung hospital na para sa may mga leprosy noon. Kawawa po doon na Mr. President, yung mga pasyente doon, in fact, yung iba gumaling na, pero hindi pa po sila nakakauwi sa kanilang pamilya dahil ayaw nila lang umuwi. Dahil wala na raw silang uuwian. Yung iba sa kanila, 30 years na pong nandun lang po sa hospital. Anyway, tatayuan rin po doon ng heart center para sa mga kababayan natin sa Palawan. Of course, sa Corazon, Locsin, Montelibano Memorial Regional Hospital. Ito po ay sa Bacolod, Eastern Visayas Medical Center sa Region 8 dahil wala rin po silang heart center doon sa DOH Hospital. And Zamboanga City Medical Center sa Region 9 at sa Caraga para rin po sa mga kababayan natin sa Caraga Region. Dahil malayo rin po ito sa Davao City, ang Caraga. In fact, mga about 6 to 8 hours po ang biyahe. At sa mga kababayan nating Muslim sa Amay Pakpak Medical Center, napakaganda po ng kanilang hospital doon at pwedeng paglalagyan rin po ng heart center. Mr.
Salamat
President.
po. Thank you for that input. Kaya nga po, medyo kailangan ko itong follow-up question kasi nga, ito ngayon ang existing masasabi nating specialty heart centers. Nagplano na dagdagan. So, ang approach po natin, it's on a particular disease or particular organ, Mr. President, ang approach natin. So, there cannot be a specialty heart, lung, and kidney center kasi mukhang mahirap gawin yun sa national level nga. Standalone on a per disease. Is that our plan, Mr. President? The regional specialty center will be for one particular disease or disease of an organ, or is it just a grouping na? Sabihin mo na lang, specialty center na siya. Pero specialty sa lahat, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President. Ang mapping po na ginagawa ng Department of Health ay per sub-national areas. For example, Luzon A, ito po yung northern part, Luzon B, southern part, NCR plus Region 3. At Visayas and Mindanao, all these sub-national areas will have the 17 specialties po. Yan po ang kanilang plano. Though sa ngayon, ang pinaka-priority talaga nila is yung top 5, no?
Yes,
yung heart, lung, kidney, neonatal, and the cancer. Itong cancer.
Okay, pero separate, yun po yun, separate po yun. Yung 17 are separate diseases or fields of expertise na ang ultimate plan natin is for every area mentioned by the sponsor, there will ultimately be 17 specialty centers.
Yes,
Yes, that's the
Mr.
plan.
President, correct.
Sige po, I don't know, if we do the mathematics there, baka mas mahal pa yan compared sa standalone hospitals. Although, I will concede na standalone hospitals ito, kukonti lang. I mean, heart, lungs, kidney, orthopedic, and then on the group approach naman would be geriatric and children's concerns, Mr. President. So, 6 or 7 standalone hospitals versus 17 specialty centers on a sub-area approach, Mr. President. But I think we need to do some computation there kung ano yung mas practical na approach, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, dun po sa interpellation po ni Senator Ontiveros, marami po tayong natutunan dun na ang bill natin, Section 8 mentions heart, lung, kidney center. Pero sa interpellation, ang dami pa palang mga, ano tawag doon, specialties or diseases. Nabanggit ang brain and spine, nabanggit ang geriatric medicine, children's concern, tapos neonatal, nabanggit po na ating sponsor. So, ano po ang ating gagawin? Will we stick to the mention of the 3 organs in Section 8, Mr. President? Sabihin natin, yan muna ang focus.
Mr. President, within 5 years upon the enactment of this act, the DOH shall establish at least one specialty center in every region based on the top burden of disease and special needs in the area. At nabanggit rin po kanina na yung top causes of death nga po ay part po itong nabanggit kong 5. At ito pong heart disease, cardio, brain, cancer, ito pong diabetes, hypertensive diseases, pneumonia lang, no? Ito pong other heart diseases, cardio, ito pong part of the 10 top causes. Chronic lower respiratory disease, again lang, no? Remainder of diseases of itong renal, and then tuberculosis. Puro po ito na ang mga nabanggit ay ito pong priority ng ating Department of Health. At yung Department of Health natin shall also give particular focus nga po dito sa mga nasabing top causes of death, heart, lung, kidney.
So wala pong parang inconsistency po doon that in Section 8 we are instructing the DOH to give focus on establishing heart, lung, and kidney centers, 3 organs na yung binanggit natin, and yet sa interpellation po natin, we want to prioritize the 10 top causes of death. And I'm sure meron sigurong top cause of death na hindi naman connected dun sa 3 organs na yun, Mr. President.
Flexible naman po ito, Mr. President, though we give focus nga po doon, no, based on the top causes of death. Kaya nakalagay po doon yung focus natin dito sa lung, heart, and
Yes.
sa kidney.
Although the bill does not mention top causes of death, Mr. President, ang nakita ko sa Section 5, page 2, on how to, the criteria for the establishment of the specialty centers, they will look at the evidence of the health needs and demands, including disease burdens in the catchment population of the DOH hospital in consultation with concerned stakeholders. So ito po ba ay isi-survey o isi-survey ba to sa general population o titignan yung hospital reports? Paano po i-operationalize tong Section 5 paragraph A po on parang it's the test, it's the question, it's a standard on where to put up on what to put up, what specialty center to put up, Mr. President?
Ang mga criteria po ng establishment of specialty centers, ibig sabihin kailangan ding i-consider kung ano po ang sakit ng mga tao doon, evidence of the health needs and demands, including disease burdens in the catchment population of the DOH hospital in consultation with concerned stakeholders. Next, kailangan din po i-consider kung gaano kalayo yung o kalapit po yung hospital at dapat po accessible po ito. Ito pong service capability of the hospital or itong geographic or physical access. And next, kailangan din po i-consider po ang ano po ang role ng specialty center sa healthcare provider networks, kung end referral ba ang hospital, appropriate level of specialized healthcare provider role in the including the roles of the DOH as referral for healthcare provider networks. At dapat pong i-considera rin po itong available na specialista at healthcare workers. At dapat rin pong i-consider ang financial operation ng DOH hospital at ang accreditation po nito sa PhilHealth.
Yes, after we determine the where it should be put up, the question is, what do we put up? What kind of a specialty center do we put in that particular location which we have determined to be the best possible location? So, yan po ang problema ko, sir, because we might say na heart would be the number one in the survey, but then a close second is, let us say, kidney problems, Mr. President. So, what do we put up?
Mr. President, meron pong annual hospital statistical report na sinasubmit po ang Department of Health, no? Doon po makikita ang top causes ng mortality or morbidity ng catchment population. Bukod dito, meron ding statistical report ang primary care facilities, Mr. President.
So, yes, Mr. President. So, is the plan to just delegate it to the DOH? Sila na po ang magde-decide? That is the plan in the bill?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then-
ang Department of Health po.
So, ang buong bansa na-divide na into areas, determine nila saan ang best location ng specialty center, sila rin mag-determine what kind of a specialty center, basta it will be among the around 17 diseases, Mr. President?
Correct.
17 fields of specialization?
Correct, Mr. President. At doon po ilalagay sa kanilang targeted na 53 DOH hospitals na meron
disease or per organ basis, Mr. President?
nandito po sa napakakapal na
Hindi, 34 lang, sir. Sa 34, ilan yung 7 dun yung heart na. So,
Apo,
to
nandito
27.
po sa 34 DOH hospitals yung mga existing specialty centers na meron sa mga DOH. Babanggitin ko na lang po.
Iba, so ang ibig niyo sabihin, sir, there are 34 DOH hospitals and some of them have more than one specialty center?
Correct, Mr. President. Meron po nga 7. Meron na existing na DOH hospital. Meron ng 16?
Okay.
In fact, yung SPMC, 16 na ba? Yes, sir. Kompleto na, operating? Hindi pa.
Sige po.
Hindi pa. Not all are functional. So,
Yes, po. So there are 34, so it's more than 34 specialty centers kasi meron pa lang more than one, no? So bakit po nangyari ito na parang yung isa may 7 na siyang specialty centers and yet ang 34, ang target natin 53, masyado yatang nag-lag behind yung 19 na zero specialty centers pa sila, and we allow one DOH hospital to already have 7 specialty centers. Why did this happen, Mr. President?
Siyempre po, Mr. President, depende po sa kanilang budget ng hospital, yung kanilang lugar, no? Yung space, facilities, the infrastructure, kung meron pa bang room for improvement, no? Halimbawa, yung SPMC sa Davao, napakarami na po nilang mga specialty center. Dahil unang-una, sila po yung nauna na pondohan, tulad nung sa Northern Mindanao, meron na silang heart center, nauna sila kaysa sa Zamboanga. Dahil nauna silang na pondohan at may kakayahan po sila, may space at may pasilidad po.
So yung 19 po na target na hindi pa talaga nabibigyan ng kahit isang specialty center, ano pong ginagawa natin ngayong paghahanda para maging handa na sila for their very first specialty center? Kasi otherwise, magkakaroon na ng 8th or hanggang 10th specialty center yung isang DOH hospital, samantalang yung iba 0 pa rin.
Yun pong, according to the DOH, yun pong mga 19 na mga DOH hospitals, kailangan pa rin po silang i-upgrade po, Mr. President, to level 3 na hospital, no? At babanggitin ko na lang po sa inyo kung ano po itong 34 na mga existing na mga DOH hospitals na meron na hong mga functional na mga specialty centers. First, Philippine Heart Center, ito po yung sa cardiovascular care, specialty nila. Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center, itong geriatric care. Ang National Center for Mental Health po ang kanilang specialty. Lung Center of the Philippines, lung care. National Kidney and Transplant Institute, renal care and transplant. Philippine Orthopedic Center, ito po yung orthopedic care, physical rehabilitation medicine. Philippine Children's Medical Center, neonatal care. Ito pong RITM or Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. DOH Hospital rin po ito. Ito po yung Infectious Disease and Tropical Medicine, Dermatology. East Avenue Medical Center, Burn Care, ang specialty centers nila, Eye Care, Orthopedic Care, Neonatal Care, Dermatology. Ang Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center, Dermatology, Neonatal Care, Cancer Care, Eye Care. Ang Tondo Medical Center, pang-11, no? Trauma Care, Dermatology, ang kanilang specialty center. Number 12, Quirino Memorial Medical Center, ang kanilang specialty center, Brain and Spine Care, Mental Health, Burn Care, Eye Care. Ang Valenzuela Medical Center, ang kanilang specialty center na meron doon ay Dermatology. Rizal Medical Center, Neonatal Care, Eye Care, Dermatology, Geriatric Care. At number 15, Dr. Jose Rodriguez Memorial Hospital and Sanitarium. Meron po silang mental health and dermatology. Ang Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center, meron po silang specialty centers like lung care, orthopedic care, mental health, neonatal, burn care, cancer care, eye care. So ibig sabihin po, Mr. President, katulad na sa Baguio General Hospital, meron na po silang iba't ibang mga specialty center na meron na po doon sa kanilang pasilidad. At itong number 17, Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital and Medical Center, meron po silang cardiovascular, heart, lung care, orthopedic care, neonatal, infectious disease and tropical medicine, tulad ng RITM, eye care. Ang Ilocos Training and Regional Medical Center, meron silang trauma care and eye care po ang kanilang specialty center. Ang Region 1 naman, Medical Center, meron silang mental health and dermatology ang kanilang specialty center. Cagayan Valley Medical Center, meron po silang mental health and cancer care. Southern Isabela Medical Center, meron po silang burn care and dermatology. Dr. Paulino Garcia Memorial Research and Medical Care, Meron po silang burn care, trauma care, eye care. Jose Lingad Memorial General Hospital, ito po yung sa Pampanga. Orthopedic care, infectious disease and tropical medicine, eye care. Sa Mariveles Mental Wellness and General Hospital, ito po yung sa Bataan. Meron silang mental health. Sa Batangas Medical Center, meron silang mental health, neonatal, geriatric care. Sa Bicol naman po, Medical Center sa Region 5, meron silang orthopedic care, mental health, neonatal care, trauma care. Western Visayas Medical Center in Iloilo, meron silang cardiovascular care, lung care, mental health, neonatal care. Sa Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center, ito po yung sa Cebu, meron silang cardiovascular care, neonatal care, trauma care po ang kanilang mga specialty center. Number 29, Eastern Visayas in Tacloban, meron po silang cardiovascular care, physical rehabilitation medicine, mental health, neonatal care. Sa number 30, ito po yung Zamboanga City Medical Center in Zamboanga, meron po silang mental health, cancer care, infectious disease and tropical medicine. Kaya lang po, Mr. President, wala po silang heart, nabanggit ko kanina, wala rin po silang para sa lung at sa kidney. Yun po ang planong paglalagyan doon para hindi na sila kailangan bumiyahe pa sa ibang rehiyon or even sa Metro Manila para magpagamot sa puso. Ito namang Northern Mindanao Medical Center, ito po yung pang 31st, no? Meron na po silang cardiovascular care, lung care, orthopedic care, neonatal, infectious disease and tropical medicine. Number 32, Southern Philippines Medical Center. Marami po silang specialty center doon sa Davao. Cardiovascular care, lung care, neonatal care, trauma care, toxicology. Meron sila cancer care, eye care, dermatology. At ito pong number 33, itong Davao Regional Medical Center. Ito po yung sa Davao del Norte. Meron po silang orthopedic care. At sa Cotabato naman, sa Regional and Medical Center sa Cotabato City, meron po silang trauma care. At ito yung isa sa mga planong paglalagyan po ng mga cardiovascular po or para sa heart.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So yung 19 na target natin na DOH hospitals na bibigyan din ng specialty centers, hinahanda pa natin. At ang problem is gagawin maging level 3 hospitals po muna sila. Ganun
Correct,
po ba yan? Sige po.
Mr.
So,
President.
out of 83 DOH hospitals, 53 ang target. Anong nangyari doon sa 30, sir? Give up na tayo doon sa 30? Ano bang status ng 30 na yon? Talagang, ano ba?
Hindi wala pa ho silang kapasidad sa ngayon, Mr. President. But it's part eventually it will be part of the DOH plan na magkakaroon rin po provided that papasa na po sila sa criteria na pwede pong paglalagyan nitong mga specialty.
Mas malayo pa po sila kasi may 19 pa na malayo pa, lalo pa itong 30 po.
Correct, Mr. President.
So that we can picture it, sir, can we have one example dun sa 19 and then one example of the DOH hospital dun sa 30 na hindi na muna natin tina-target? What is one name of DOH hospital which is part of the 19 na sooner or later baka magkaroon na ng specialty center, at ano yung isa naman example ng DOH hospital na nasa 30 pa siya, listahan na hindi muna sila kinoconsider sa ngayon? Para makita na bigyan mo sa ano situation.
Sandali lang po, Mr. President. Kinukuha ko lang yung data sa DOH. For example po, Mr. President, ang DOH hospital dito, itong hospital ng Palawan at Caraga Regional Hospital ay kailangan pang i-upgrade to level 3, yung nabanggit ko kanina, bago sila i-upgrade na magkakaroon po ng specialty.
Part of the 19 sila.
Correct. Ito po yung 34 to 53.
Opo.
So yung 53 naman up to 83, yun lang kukunin nating data since hindi pa part ng kanilang immediate plan.
Para makabanggit lang po tayo ng 1 or 2 names para lang po ma-picture natin yung mga Kasi makikita natin yung mga physical premises Anong itsura nitong mga to para makikita po natin.
Ito pong Kulyon Sanitarium and General Hospital. Ito po yung sinabi ko, nasa dulo po ng Palawan, no, sa pinakamataas. Part po ito ng 54 to 83
Okay. Yes.
na
Opo.
mga DOH hospitals na yung medyo matatagalan pa sila dahil unahin nila itong 35 up to 53 na mga hospitals ng DOH.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Malaking tulong po yun for us to picture the effect and the plan, the overall plan. Can the sponsor help me understand on page 2, section 3, paragraph C, yun nasa line 2 po, yung meaning ng National Specialty Center, it refers to a level 3 specialty or general hospital with the highest level of expertise in clinical services, teaching, training, research, and is the country's end referral facility for a given medical specialty as designated by the DOH.
Meron pa kanina.
It contains the concepts of specialty, a specialty hospital and general hospital. So, yung heart center is an example of a level 3 special hospital, Mr. President?
Mr. President, national specialty centers are level 3 specialty or general hospital with the highest level of expertise in a particular medical specialty as designated by the Department of Health. Example po nito, ito pong Philippine Heart Center, Lung Center of the Philippines, National Kidney and Training Institute, ito pong NKTI, ito pong PCMC. Opo.
Specialty po yun. Pero meron kasing phrase or general hospital. So there is a level 3 general hospital which is a national specialty center. Is the PGH an example of this? Pero alam ko kasi hindi siya DOH
SPMC po, Southern Philippines Medical Center. General Hospital po siya.
So yun po yun, okay. Yes, so the SPMC is a national specialty center but for a designated medical specialty. The DOH must identify which is the medical specialty of the SPMC. Kasi from the name, hindi natin malalaman kung ano Mr. President.
Sabi niyo.
Tama ba yun? Tama po ba yun? Ganun po ba ang approach natin, Mr. President? National Specialty Center. Or kasi siya naman ang magpo-provide ng ano?
Yes, Mr. President. Halimbawa po itong East Avenue, specialty center siya, but general hospital siya at the same time, national specialty hospital po, ang East Avenue Medical Center.
Kaya ko po natanong yan kasi Section 6 naman of the bill gives the responsibilities of the national specialty centers. And yet ang approach sa Section 6, we are naming the specialty centers, but these are clearly specialized hospitals, not the general hospital. So if we include the general hospital sa definition ng National Specialty Center, hindi po nagkaroon tinatawag ko na loop. Kasi si SPMC ay merong regional specialty center. Bibigyan ngayon, magpo-provide si National Specialty Center ng mga experienced people to train their people there. And yet, it is a National Specialty Center, Mr. President.
Medical Center. Siya ang National Specialty Center for Toxicology. So, siya yung
For example po, Mr. President, itong East Avenue, sila po yung pinakasentro ng for toxicology rather. Sila po yung mag-training po sa mga planong paglalagyan pa po nitong mga specialty centers across the country po. Mr. President. And the Heart Center, sila rin po ang tutulong
Yes,
sa
yes.
pag-establish.
Yes, klaro po yun. The Heart Center tutulong sa mga specialty centers that we have established in the DOH hospital. Yun lang, I have a problem with the definition ng National Specialty Center. If we will include a hospital with a specialty center.
For example po, PCMC,
Yes.
Mr. President, diba? Neonatal po ang kanilang specialty at pwede rin silang paglagyan ng iba pang mga specialty centers.
Then pwede rin po sila ang maging source ng mga trainers for the other specialty centers on neonatal care. Ganun
For
po ba yun?
neonatal po.
Yes, okay. So, okay. With that clarification, Mr. President, I think I understand now the definition. So, Mr. President, ito, malapit na po ito, patapos na rin po. The Section 9 mentions the Philippine Health Facility Development Plan, and then the establishment of specialty centers is just parang one of the components of the plan. May I know what are the other matters included in this Philippine Health Facility Development Plan, Mr. President? Kaya magkano po ba ang budget nito, itong plan na ito?
Yung part po ng Philippine Development Plan, Philippine Health Facility Development Plan, kasama na po dito yung primary healthcare. Yung nabanggit ko po kanina, part po ng HPEP, itong mga super health center, Mr. President. Ito pong super health center, let me repeat lang po, it's a medium type of polyclinic. Mas maliit po siya sa hospital, mas malaki sa rural health unit. Ang services po na i-offer dito ay halimbawa, ito pong birthing, panganganak, dental, laboratory, at pwede rin po itong pagpapabakuna, Mr. President, not only against kontra COVID, pati na rin po sa measles at tetanus, dahil babanggitin ko na rin po, napakababa po ng ating vaccination rate ngayon. Mainganyo po natin dito sa mga super health center dahil hindi na sila kailangan pumunta sa mga district hospital para magpabakuna. At yung panganganak po, pwede na rin manganak dito. At nakaka-decongest po ito sa mga hospitals dahil hindi na sila kailangan pumunta sa mga malalaking hospital. Pwede po dito sa mga super health center. Part po ito nung nabanggit ko kanina. Ang objective po ng plan is closing the gap for primary care facilities, general hospitals, special facilities such as laboratories, blood centers, bukod sa specialty centers. Lahat po ng health facilities included po dito sa plan.
Okay. So, yes, Mr. President. So we have a PHFDP, which will now include in its plan as well as budget the specialty centers, the super health centers, the DOH run hospitals, kasama po dyan? Yes, kasama po dyan.
Kasama po.
So, and then, since we have a super health center, do we have an ordinary health center also? As part of the...
Mga barangay health station.
Kasama po ba dyan sa plan? At saka sa budget?
Kasama po.
So, it's all about health facilities pala. So, if the sponsor remembers the total budget for this plan, Mr. President, may we know for the 2023?
Saan yung kanina?
Ito ba yung 70 billion? Sorry.
Kunin ko lang po yung data sa DOH, Mr. President. Yung kanina.
Para dun sa buong plan, sir, ang 148 pages.
148 billion.
From
For the... Sulat mo number.
148
Plan to. Philippine. Para po sa Philippine Health Facility Development Plan, PHFDP, for year 2023 up to 2028, 148 billion po, no? At for 2029 up to 2040,
So ano pa
ay
ito?
278 billion po ang total investment requirement po ng Philippine Health Facility Development Plan.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So 148 billion multi-year, it's a multi-year plan, around 5 years. So thank you, Mr. President. Medyo naklaro, medyo
Ballpen.
okay, mag-ano lang, pa-amend na lang tayo. So, I'd like to thank the sponsor, Mr. President, for his patience. At least, naklaro na, marami naman naklaro po sa isip ko. The approach has been made clear because of the explanation of our sponsor, Mr. President. So, thank you, sir, for the patience, Mr. Sponsor, and the hard work. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, our minority leader. Meron na po akong babanggitin. While the government has consistently strived to improve medical access, the reality remains that access to hospitals providing specialized healthcare services is still limited. Almost all specialty hospitals are located in Metro Manila. We have here the Philippine Heart Center, Lung Center of the Philippines, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, and the Philippine Children's Medical Center, among others. Karamihan po sa ating mga kababayan ay may malubhang sakit mula sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa, ay gustong magpagamot po sa mga specialty centers dito sa Maynila. Marami sa kanila ang namamasahe, pupunta po ng Maynila, dagdag pa sa isipin nila ang transportasyon, problema po sa kanila kung saan sila titira, at nandyan din po ang mataas na presyo ng bilihin kumpara po sa kanilang mga probinsya. Lahat ng ito ay dagdag na pasanin po ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga kababayan nating mahirap po. Sumasakit po ang dibdib kong makarinig na mga kababayan nating kahit na sumasakit na po ang dibdib nila, ayaw na pong magpa-check up, ayaw na pong pumunta ng ospital dahil po sa takot sa babayaran sa ospital. Tulungan po natin yung mga kababayan nating mahirap, yung mga helpless, yung mga hopeless, na wala pong matakbuhan kung hindi po ang mga government hospitals. We need to make these specialized medical services available to our people in the provinces. We must unburden our people of unnecessary long travels and additional expenses just to get these services. Hindi po dapat mahirapan ang ating mga kababayan na maka-access po sa serbisyo ng gobyerno, lalo na po sa pagdating po sa usaping kalusugan po. Tayo po dapat ang maglapit po ng serbisyo ng gobyerno sa mga tao. Yan naman po ang goal ng universal healthcare, na ilapit po natin ang serbisyo medical sa ating mga kababayan. At babanggitin ko na lang po, kaya po yung mga malasakit center, yan po ay pwedeng lapitan ng mga poor and indigent patients na nangangailangan po ng tulong, na maka-access po kagad sila sa mga medical services o tulong po mula sa 4 na ahensya ng gobyerno. Maraming salamat po, at ilapit po natin ang serbisyo medical sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Likewise, thank you to our Deputy Minority Leader and Minority Leader. We, Mr. President, here in the Senate, we only show that we often cross party lines, no, for the betterment of the people, for what's going to be good for the Filipino people. At this point, Mr. President, there being no other members who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2212.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said measure is suspended.
Yes, before we continue, Mr. President, allow me to acknowledge some guests. Sorry, Mr. President. Likewise, with the conformity of our Senate President, the author of the measure of 2212, Senator Cynthia Villar would like to be made author of Senate Bill number 2212. I so manifest, Mr. President. Anyway, before we continue, Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge guests from the gallery, Chairman Ronald Cardema, and the commissioners of the National Youth Commission, likewise Chairman Marjani Makasalong and commissioners of the Bangsamoro Youth Commission. Mr. President.
We welcome the presence of Chairman Ronald Cardema and the commissioners of the National Youth Commission. Chairman Ronald is known for his staunch advocacy to bring back ROTC to our country. So welcome, Chairman Ronald Cardema. We also welcome Chairman Marjorie Makasalong and the commissioners of the Bangsamoro Youth Commission. Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7185 under Committee Report number 65. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas, General. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, the Parliament status of this bill is we have sponsored the measure. I now move the period of interpellation. I move to recognize Senator Francis Tolentino and our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is in order. We recognize the minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our idol, very hardworking and the only doctor in the Senate, Mr. President.
Triple masters, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
And masters
in law.
Yes, masters in everything, Mr. President. With this permission, if we can just ask a few questions. I think this is a non-controversial measure anyway, Mr. President.
Willingly, Mr. President,
Thank you.
to the erudite gentleman from Cagayan de Oro.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Just a legal question, Mr. President, to start. There is a gap between the taking of the oath of allegiance as well as the registration. Di ba? Di po ba? So, we say that the subject of the grant of Philippine citizenship will become a Filipino upon taking the oath of allegiance or upon registration, Mr. President?
It would really depend, Mr. President, if the mode of acquiring Filipino citizenship is legislative naturalization
This one.
or judicial naturalization or even administrative naturalization, Mr. President. There is a 2-year gap when it comes to judicial naturalization, and then for administrative naturalization, I think he can immediately take his oath, but he must be a resident of the Philippines for at least 1 year before the filing of the petition. But insofar as legislative naturalization, the practice now is that immediately after it becomes a law, publication after the signing of the president, the individual granted Filipino citizenship can take his oath as a Filipino citizen.
And upon taking the oath, do we immediately consider that person a Filipino citizen?
Yes, Your Honor. We've done this before. The recent acquisition by Mr. Justin Brownlee of his Filipino citizenship enabled him to acquire Filipino passport and enabled him to become part of the Gilas basketball team. He just won the gold in the Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia.
Congratulations for that wise move, Mr. President. The sponsor now was the sponsor of that measure, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, siguro, if you can just tell us more about the person that we are granting a Filipino citizenship to, Mr. President. Kasi yung iba, for example, matagal nang nanirahan dito, ang dami ng mga charitable work, etc. Yung iba, even Justin Brownlee, matagal na nandito, and then very well known, and he wants also to serve the country through sports, Mr. President. So can we know more? Kasi hindi kami lahat, Mr. President, active din sa social media or sa internet. So we have not been, some of us are not following travel vloggers, Mr. President. So yes, if the sponsor can tell
From
us
the
more.
materials that I gathered and from the testimonies heard during the hearings, and I quote likewise the words of the Senate President, the principal sponsor of this measure, silingan na mo siya sa Cagayan de Oro. So, Mr. President, kababayan ni Minority Leader, itong applicant for Filipino citizenship from Cagayan de Oro, then he moved to Davao in Katiil, and presently his girlfriend is from my home province, Cavite. He has been here since 2013 during the onslaught of Typhoon Yolanda. And just to make this on record, Mr. President, the three modes that I mentioned a while ago would have different number of years that, as a required period of residency. For instance, judicial naturalization would require 10 years. Administrative naturalization would require the filing of a petition immediately 1 year before the filing. Although there is an exemption if he has continually resided in the Philippines for the last 30 years. But insofar as legislative naturalization, wala pong period of residency. Again, going back to the question, this 35-year-old Canadian
35 years old.
has
35
been
years.
prominent in a YouTube channel dedicating his life and activities on how to become a Filipino. I think it's so far as his appreciation of Filipino citizenship is concerned. He's been touring the country for the last decade. The last post I saw was he was still in Mindanao, and he seems to be a jolly person, coming from the words of the Senate President. But more than Mr. President, the procedural requirements that he was able to hurdle, he has shown the love and passion for this country of his choice. Coming out of the pandemic stage, he has shown that there are lots of interesting travel destinations heretofore unknown to some of our countrymen, and coming at a time when, no offense to those who are listening right now, when some of our kababayans would want to shift citizenship to become an American, to become an Australian or Canadian perhaps. We have here a citizen coming from a first world country wanting to become a Filipino. Parang baliktad. Marami tayong kababayan na gustong manirahan sa isang first world country. Nakikita naman natin sa pila sa US Embassy. Pero ito naman, baliktad. Dito gustong manirahan at makapangasawa na ng isang Kabitenya. And from the sponsorship speech, likewise of the Senate President, there is a requirement, by the way, in several of the modes, like for example, judicial naturalization would require that you be able to speak and write English to become a Filipino citizen or Spanish. But this guy speaks fluent Cebuano. Magaling po magbisaya, fluent, and marunong din magsulat ng sa dialect na nabanggit ko. So I think, Mr. President, major characteristic of this fellow is that he would want to be a Filipino and die as a Filipino.
Thank you, Mr. President. But we wish the person long life, Mr. President, here in the Philippines. No, I mean,
We have,
so, Mr. President,
we have, Your Honor, some pending measures centenarian bills,
Yes, yes.
that he might get 100,000?
Mr. President, the grant of Filipino citizenship is one of the greatest gifts, if not the greatest gift that the Filipino people can bestow or give to a foreigner through, of course, through the representatives in Congress. So for as long for this representation, for as long as the person has contributed to the betterment of Philippine society and does not possess some disqualifying characteristics or features, then I think it's really up to the Congress, our discretion, if we would give this greatest gift to an individual, Mr. President. So, our Committee on Justice has conducted the hearings, found out about the background of this person, his contributions to Philippine society. Congress at the House of Representatives has endorsed the bill to us. So at their level, they found nothing objectionable. And in the Senate, it's the Senate President himself sponsoring. And of course, our idol, the chairman of the Committee on Justice, who is very thorough with his work, Mr. President. Wala pong makakalusot dyan na unexpected or overlooked, Mr. President. So this representation will accept the endorsement, the recommendation of the Committee on Justice that this person deserves the greatest gift that we can give to a foreigner, which is Filipino citizenship. So good luck to Mr. Kyle Jennerman, and I hope he continues to do what he has been doing, which has earned him the admiration and the love of a lot of our citizens, Mr. President.
Especially those wanting to get out coming from the pandemic. So he will be an additional citizen of Cagayan de Oro, Mr. President. Most probably a voter of Cagayan de Oro.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. So congratulations again to our sponsor because he has been actually granting or recommending the grant of Filipino citizenship to people who have proven that they are worthy of the grant of Philippine citizenship. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Coming from the words of the good minority leader, I think this gentleman deserves to be given the Filipino citizenship mark. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Dagang salamat.
Majority Leader.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President, with remarks of our minority leader that indeed our chair, Senator Francis Tolentino, have been recommending people who have really helped our countries. Just for example, Justin Brownlee, you can see how he gave his heart out in playing against all odds against seven naturalized Americans. No, he only had one, but he played his hearts out playing for our flag. So, in that note, we congratulate Senator Francis Tolentino for recommending people who truly deserve to be called Filipinos. So, Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that they close the period of their interpolation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said bill is hereby closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is hereby open.
With no committee and individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7185. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said bill is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7185.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, said bill is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to reference of business.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, reference of business, saan ba? Here. Ito, all right. Is there any objection? Being none, motion is approved. The secretary will now read the items in the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2222, protecting consumers from unreasonable fee increases by providing for a consumer group representation in the governing boards of government regulatory bodies, amending the respective charters and for other purposes. Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee of Public Services and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
2223, expanding the grant of 20% discount and exemption from the VAT to senior citizens to include medicines, supplements, vitamins, herbal products, and formulated milk, medically duly prescribed or recommended by physicians. Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Ways and Means.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 625, commending and congratulating the Philippine delegation who have completed and won medals in the 32nd edition of the Southeast Asian Games, placing the country as the 5th overall champion. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
626, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the proliferation of unauthorized online lending applications and abusive lending corporations with the end in view of strengthening measures that protect the consumer's right to privacy, security, and property. Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies.
627, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the recent fire incident at the Manila Central Post Office with the aim of revisiting and strengthening policies for the preservation and protection of cultural properties against fire and other hazards. Senator Padilla.
Refer to the Committees on Culture and the Arts and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
628, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the efforts of the national government to promote the development and use of a basket of currencies for international trade. Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies.
629, requesting the Senate Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the state of calamity status of Samal Island due to the power crisis with an end in view of finding short and long-term solutions to the deficiency of electricity supply in the island. Senator Tulfo.
Refer to the Committee on Energy.
630, congratulating and commending the Brick Titans Philippines for winning the first Lego League World Championship Explore Division. By Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
631, commending the Masungi Geo Reserve Project for being conferred the Inspire Award during the 2022 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Action Award held in Bonn, Germany. Senator Binay.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
632, commending and congratulating the Philippine national soft tennis team for their outstanding performance during the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. Senator Angara.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report 70 by the Ways and Means by the Committee on Ways and Means of Senate Number 2224 with Senators Gatchalian and Villanueva as authors thereof. An act introducing administrative tax reforms, amending sections of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 1346, taking into consideration Senate Number 2128 and House Number 4125. Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. Senate Number 2225. Establishing Pigbucan Point to Paron Point of Manito in Albay as a protected area under the category Protected Seascape, providing for its protection, conservation, proper management, and for other purposes. Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2226, declaring a parcel of land located in Palompon, Matagob, and Villaba in Leyte, a protected area with a category protected landscape under the NIPAS Act to be referred to as the Palompon Protected Landscape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and Finance.
2227, strengthening Republic Act number 9237 by establishing the Wildlife Conservation and Rescue Center inside the Mount Apo Natural Park to preserve and protect the population of wildlife resources, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2228, requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Finance.
2229, establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Higher technical and vocational education, trade, commerce, and entrepreneurship, ways and means, and finance.
2230, providing for the control and prevention of obesity and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Health and Demography, Local Government, and Finance.
2231, an act to prescribe nutrition labeling for food products and providing framework for its implementation and for other purposes, Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, and Health and Demography.
2232, amending RA 11313, providing penalties for gender-based sexual harassment in the educational and training institutions and the workplace, Senator Villar C.
Refer to the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, and Justice and Human Rights.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 633, congratulating and commending the Philippine National Arnis team and their coaching staff for winning 6 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. Senator Villanueva.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
634, commending and congratulating the Philippine National Arnis team for their outstanding performance during the 32nd SEA Games. Senator Angara.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report 71 by the Committee on Public Works upon the recommendation of the Subcommittee on Public-Private Partnerships, jointly with the Committees on Economic Affairs, Ways and Means, and Finance, on Senate Number 2233 with Senators Angara, Estrada, Marcos, Legarda, Zubiri, Villanueva, Ejercito, Gatchalian, and Revilla Jr. as authors, entitled An Act Strengthening Public-Private Partnerships, Appropriating Funds Therefore and for Other Purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 765, 1022, 1251, 1344, 1613, 1974, and 2068, taking into consideration House Number 6527, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed, let us acknowledge guests of Senator Lauren Legarda, Dr. Eduardo Bagta, President of Kalinga State University, Dr. John Cabansag, President of Apayao State College, Dr. Gregorio Turquesa, President of Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Dr. Edgar Cue, President of Mountain Province State Polytechnic College, and Dr. Felipe Comila, President of Benguet State University.
We welcome the guest of Senator Lauren Legarda. Welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, let us have a move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 15. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate Senator Grace Poe. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved. We recognize Senator Grace Poe to interpolate, and of course, our dashing, debonair sponsor, Mark Villar, to sponsor the measure.
Parang Duke Frasco daw siya.
Duke Frasco daw siya.
Now,
In Visayas,
I think many would object.
Duke Frasco. Yes, please proceed.
If the good gentleman from Las Piñas is willing to answer some clarificatory questions regarding the Maharlika Investment Fund.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions here. According to the Milken Institute, the challenge with having two or more objectives is that at times investment strategies do not align. In the case of the Maharlika Investment Fund, for example, the objective is both developmental and commercial. We want to earn, and at the same time, we want socio-economic development. But development projects do not always turn a profit. In fact, the gestation period is so long that before we realize a profit from those investments, it may take decades. So how are you going to justify this, for example, in terms of the rate of return of the investments that potential investors will have?
Thank you, Your Honor. That is true. Not all investments can yield a high yield. In fact, during our deliberations, it was brought up that, for instance, the NDC does invest in projects, but their primary objective is more developmental. So therefore, they are willing to accept a lesser yield in exchange for, of course, the social benefits of their projects.
But Mr.
Now,
President, with that,
no, I'm not, let me just, going towards to answer your question, excuse me, Your Honor, just to answer the question. With regards to the Maharlika, on the other hand, there are numerous projects, and I'm aware of this because I was directly involved with a lot of PPPs. I was directly involved with a lot of even ODA projects, and I saw personally the yield, because part of the procedure for the approval of these projects was to conduct an FS, and part of the FS would always compute economic rate of return, and they'd always have other statistics, traffic count, so you could more or less estimate with some accuracy the kind of traffic and perhaps the kind of revenues that such a project could generate. So while they're not all projects of higher, not all projects would meet the necessary hurdle rate. There are projects that reach that hurdle rate. And in fact, NEDA has a 10% hurdle rate, economic IRR, for the projects that they approve. So to answer your question, Your Honor, basically there are projects that we believe can fulfill the objectives of the Maharlika, which is, of course, to move forward the socio-economic agenda of the country, and while at the same time yielding a rate of return that would be acceptable and also beneficial to government.
well, Mr. President, thank you for that response. You mentioned that you are familiar with certain government investments that have given a decent or a high rate of return or has the potential to. Can you cite a particular example where you've seen this?
Well, in PPP, a lot of the PPPs, as you know, they do yield a relatively high return because a lot of the conglomerates that engage in these projects have a high hurdle rate as well. Their cost of funding is ranges from, these are private corporations, so of course their cost of capital is much higher than the Philippines. It can be as high as 6 to 8% their cost of capital, so their hurdle rate is even higher. It can go as high as 10%. And a lot of these companies are able to receive a good return.
Like
their
for example,
investments.
concrete example, which particular project, like the PTEX, for example?
Well, I think if you look at all the, being a part of the TRB also, I've seen a lot of the projects that went through there. They can be from road to rail projects, and based on their FS, they do yield a good rate of return. But I don't want to limit it also to just infrastructure projects. Other projects, if I can mention some other infra projects, we have our major bridges, the operations and maintenance of major bridges, major roads. Those can be included in the possible investments of Maharlika. But let's not limit it only to roads. There's also major investments that could be made in the agricultural, in the energy sector. That can be, there are these gaps that can be filled by the Maharlika. And they can yield. They have yielded that kind of return for the private sector, and they can yield that kind of return for the government, for Maharlika.
Mr. President, the good sponsor mentioned the PPP. I understand that there is a PPP bill pending, which is a LEDAC measure, a priority measure of the president. So why don't we just strengthen this for developmental purposes, which also can yield a return for the government without having to come up with this Maharlika Investment Corporation?
Well, I think that it's important for government to have additional sources of capital. When it comes to most of our ODA projects, of course, these are fueled by debt. We have to borrow abroad, and I think it's about time that we attract some equity investments. There is an appetite internationally to make equity investments in our country, but there's no medium. There's not that many outlets that they can invest in that would allow them to put in equity in our country. And I think a fund like Maharlika would be able to attract equity investments into the country. And at the same time, because the country will invest, some of the investable funds of the country will be put there. It can be invested in certain infrastructure projects to create even more, to create even more socioeconomic projects that I think would yield even short and long-term benefits to the country. So basically what I'm saying is that it's another source of capital. A lot of our projects are fueled by debt, foreign or otherwise. I believe it's time that we utilize equity, and especially given the conditions of the COVID-19 pandemic, where our fiscal position has been fiscal position is not as good as it was prior to the pandemic. It creates a situation where we need to attract investments. We need more sources of investment for our projects, and Maharlika can be a source for that.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. One thing is, for example, PAGCOR shall only contribute for 5 years. Unlike BSP, will have to contribute until it's paid off the 50 billion contribution of the national government. I think this was already asked, but see, there's the issue of Singapore's Temasek, which has previously been raised, but not on the consequence of its investment on the cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Singapore's Deputy Prime Minister made it clear because of its disastrous investment, Temasek suffered reputational damage. Now apply this to the MIF, specifically to the founding GFIs such as LBP, Land Bank, and the DBP. Do we not expose them to reputational damage with the MIF? And in turn, will this not affect depositors' confidence in these banks? For example, the Maharlika Investment Fund is not doing well because there will be a time where it will yield well, there will be a time where there's a low point. But since the investors are actually our banks that are involved, wouldn't this affect the standing and the confidence of the confidence in our institutional banks?
Well, to begin with, I think I think the Maharlika contribution would constitute about approximately 3% of their investable funds. So to begin with, it's not a big chunk of the investable funds of this, and it wouldn't crowd. And speaking with Land Bank, they've already said that they've already exceeded their targets for lending to the farmers, etc. So in terms of the effect, we don't believe it will be that significant should the worst case scenario happen. But of course, we do have faith that investing in our local infrastructure and our local projects will yield a high return. We still believe that, and I've seen it personally, that these projects are very well thought of. As mentioned in the bill, these major projects will have to be vetted by the NEDA, and the NEDA has done a very good job. I've seen them grade our major infrastructure projects in terms of economic IRR, and that's the basis for where we utilize our funds. But again, we have limited funds, and we have, of course, we're constrained by the debt that we can assume. And in order for us to get a lot of these projects off the ground, we need to attract equity. And there has been interest in investing in this fund from abroad. And we believe that this will be a wise use of investments these banks need to diversify their investments. And to have a fund that is dedicated to our infrastructure projects will be a healthy diversification for the banks.
Yes, Mr. President, currently our banks, for example, the DBP cannot on their own invest in this worthy flagship projects that can add to our development. They can't do it on their own now.
Well, banks are very constrained on which investments they can do. In fact, most banks, their tendency is really to invest in T-bills. And that's a majority of their investments. They're required to invest in these safe investments, but they do have to
So
invest.
Maharlika is something that they wouldn't have invested in
There are different
on their own.
No, there are different levels of risk. Of course, any bank has a healthy diversification of investments. But of course, being a conservative investor, they will invest most of their funds in T-bills and other government securities. But they also, in order to beat inflation, in order to get a yield that would allow them to also be economically sound, they would need to invest in instruments that would yield them higher than just T-bill rate, because if they're not beating inflation, they're losing money. So
But
they
Mr.
need to
President, I know that our colleague here, the good sponsor, really has to defend this bill. But clearly, I think it's these banks can diversify their investments without having to go through the Maharlika Investment Fund. But anyway, my question is this: give me an example, because I'm sure that you've talked to the resource persons, and they're saying that there's really a huge interest in that we have potential investors for the Maharlika Investment Fund. What concrete projects are you thinking of investing in once we have this Maharlika Investment Fund?
Like I mentioned earlier, I cannot, of course, I cannot speak for the board of directors that hasn't been formed yet. I can't really, but we have been furnished, just to give us an idea of the projects that we could possibly invest in. The NEDA has provided us a list of projects that have gone through their
Vetting, which ones are those?
24 projects that have gone through, and we can give you a list, so I don't have to.
Should just give me
But
one.
just give you one.
Yeah.
Okay. Batan Cavite Bridge is one. Here, there's the Cebu Bus Rapid Transit, the Davao Public Transport Modernization Project, LRT2 West Extension.
Pero, Mr.
New
President,
Cebu International Container Port Project.
Okay.
Mindanao Rail Project Phase 1. They can invest in the Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1.
all right. Point taken, but of course, we can also get this through PPP. But anyway, if the government wants to have a hand in it and also make some money out of that investment, I can understand that it would also be nice to be funded from our own institutions. But this is my question also. We ranked out of 180 countries. We ranked number 117 among 180 countries in the latest corruption perception index. Ibig sabihin, the least corrupt is I guess number 1. So 117 tayo, bagsak talaga tayo. On this data alone, the public has good reason to cast doubt on the Maharlika Investment Fund. Malaysia's Najib was sentenced to 12 years in prison on charges of criminal breach of trust, abuse of power, etc. An estimated 4.5 billion was looted from the investment fund. And without the right safeguards, the MIF can easily become the next 1MDB. So what are the learnings from that disaster? And what safeguards can you cite in this Maharlika Investment Corporation that will prevent such a disaster?
I think the 1MDB case is important because well, we discussed this yesterday, and we gave, and I was able to give at least an overview of what happened. But it's very important that we have vehicles like Maharlika, so that investors have a safe haven where they can put their money and they know that the necessary precautions, the necessary controls are in place. To name them, of course. To begin with, we have a board of directors composed of 9 people, Department of Finance Secretary, of course, from the operations of the Maharlika itself, the CEO, from the private sector, and of course, representatives from the Land Bank and DBP, who originally capitalized the fund. And aside from that, you have oversight from Congress, both Senate and both the upper and lower house. We have an advisory board that is composed of the DBM, of the NEDA, and of the Treasury Department. You have a risk management board also within the MIF. You also have a internal and an external auditor. You also have them falling under being monitored by the COA, and also the GCG, yes, and also they have the. They also have, and I mentioned that earlier, yeah, of course, the oversight and penal provision. So in terms of control, I think there's an extensive amount of checks and balances within the Maharlika Fund. And that's why it's important that we have a medium, or we have an instrument wherein people, whether foreign or otherwise, can invest in the Philippines, where they know that it's being managed by our economic managers, it's being controlled by Congress. The government is fully supportive of this fund. The executive is fully supportive of this fund. And it's I consider it a safe haven, which is not hard to find. And I think that that's what a lot of the funds provide for especially international investors who are looking for that kind of security, that kind of controls, and this is what Maharlika gives.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, the board members are the cogwheels of the MIC. They set the investment policies and the overall direction of this multi-billion company. Hence, their expertise and experience must be unquestionable. May we know then from the chairman if the qualification substantial experience and expertise for regular directors under Section 20 is already enough to thoroughly screen the candidates for this position. How then do we determine or measure substantial experience and expertise? Pwede kasi na 1 year of experience lang i-qualify na as substantial. Diba? That can be very subjective. Take note that all the members of the board are to be appointed by the president, including the chairman, who is the alter ego of the president because he's the Secretary of Finance. How then will we ensure the independence and supposed isolation of MIC from politics?
Yes, well, the advisory board is one of the ones who will recommend for these members, and the president. But of course, at the same time, we can always add this in the implementing rules and regulations if we want to get into more specifics. Of course, this was just the law gives us the general regulations or some general guidelines that we need. But of course, I think your honor's point is well taken, and that is definitely something that we can go into more detail when we draft the IRR of this.
Mr. President, would the sponsor know if other sovereign wealth fund board of directors are appointed by the head of that state? For example, Norway, favorite example natin yan, or let's say Singapore.
Temasek is government also, it's managed, so it's
So who appoints them?
the head of state.
All of them?
Yes. All of them.
Norway, hindi. Yun lang alam na. So, Mr. President, the sponsor mentioned that it should be in the IRR. Maybe that's where we can make the changes. On the other hand, we know how sometimes the IRR changes the spirit of the law, and that can always be amended without having to go through congressional approval. So I think that's kind of arbitrary to put it there. But going back, you mentioned kasi a lot of build projects, that we scrutinize these projects every year, like the bus rapid transit in Cebu, all of these LRT expansion, and they're riddled with issues. That's why kahit lagyan natin ng pera, minsan hanggang groundbreaking lang or hanggang study pa lang. But now, Maharlika will take a risk and invest in those projects that are not even, that haven't even really been, I'd say, cleared of impediments and issues, right-of-way issues, etc. I mean, kung hindi nga tayo nga yung pera natin sa national government through the budget, we're not sure if you want to fund something 100% because of all of the issues that are hounding these different flagship projects. You mean Maharlika will just go in and invest in those?
Of course, all projects that Maharlika would invest in would have to go through would have to go through a very robust process with the board of directors, a vetting process, as it does in any fund, as it does in any other investment company. Of course, they will check what are the most productive investments that they can make. I mean, there are different ways they can invest. They can invest in equity in a infrastructure company. They might see it doesn't mean that they'll take on the whole project themselves. You know, there are different ways to invest. I think if you look at the private sector, similar to what the private sector does, they look at these projects, they conduct a feasibility study, and they come up with a proposal. The Maharlika Fund can come in, invest in some of these, maybe some of these companies, and sometimes it's good that there is a sovereign wealth fund to invest in these projects, because some investors might even feel better that the government has some skin in the game.
Yes,
So it could be helpful in making some investments more attractive to foreign investments. I know this personally because there are some, when Temasek invests in something, a lot of investors take it as sort of a seal of approval from the government as well. So it can help in many ways, not just merely investing directly in a single project. There are many ways in which they can come in to invest, and there are many ways which they can help push forward our projects.
Talking about skin in the game, there's nothing more evident as having skin in the game by more than appropriating money from the general appropriations of the government. And yet, even as we do that, we've seen a lot of projects fail when it comes to the actual completion of that project. So I just think that, yes, skin in the game through this investment fund, but it never really encouraged fast tracking a project just because the government funded it. Sometimes it's actually making them complacent because that they have that money coming in. Now, moving forward, do you think for example, that the Maharlika investment finds something like a good investment in another country? Let's say they find something that could be worth investing in Vietnam. Are we allowed to do this under the Maharlika Investment Fund?
Yes, they're also allowed to make foreign investments.
Okay, thank you. That's actually reassuring because if we only focus ourselves on projects within the Philippines, then we're limiting ourselves greatly in terms of earning potential. there is one here that says, about the compensation, here, on the performance bonus of dishonorably discharged employees. Section 31 clearly states that if an employee becomes separated from the MIC, meron pa rin silang performance bonus on account of their actual performance. Paano yung mga employee na na-discharge dishonorably o yung mga tinanggal dahil may kalokohang ginawa? Makukuha pa rin ba nila ang performance bonus nila?
Where does it say?
This applies to those employees who are qualified. So if therefore if they engage in some dishonorable or obviously some illegal or unallowed or an act that is not allowed, then that accounts for a forfeiture of these bonuses.
So siguro dapat malinaw yon na ilalagay sa ano.
Yeah, it's provided for in the civil service law, but we can of course we can incorporate that in the law.
Okay. For the penalties, for example, Section 46 provides for the penalties for independent auditors if they commit fraud. Parang 2 million in fines, but if the statement or report certified is fraudulent or had the effect of causing injury to the public, they will be punished up to 5 million. Parang maliit yon. At saka, pag na-certify ng auditor na tama ang financial statement, kahit mali ito, considered na fraudulent ang report. And because they are the finances of the MIC, which is a government entity, magkakaroon talaga ng inquiry to the general public. So what's the difference, Mr. President? Why differentiate the two when one necessarily leads to the other?
Yes, we wanted to add some more penalties. This is on top of the existing
Okay.
the existing laws. So they still fall under the Anti-Graft and Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. So in order to strengthen it even further, we added some administrative fines to strengthen the penalties.
Okay, so this is on top of.
On top of.
It will not jeopardize, it will not cancel out the other laws that may have any
In fact,
bearing.
there's a specific section here, liability for any shall be separate from any other administrative, civil, or criminal liability under other laws.
Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, what is the reason? For example, you mentioned earlier that one of the safeguards is congressional oversight. Can you explain to me how exactly is Congress empowered to check on the what do you call this, the economic health of the Maharlika Investment Fund?
Yes, there will be created a Maharlika Investment Fund Joint Congressional Oversight Committee. And it will be created to evaluate the implementation of this act. So therefore, they will be, of course, requiring the submission of documents and other sources of information that would allow them to scrutinize how it's been performing, how they've been the officers have been conducting business, and it's an additional layer of security and an additional layer.
Who chooses the members of the congressional oversight?
The Speaker and the Senate President shall designate, it says here, and I quote, the Speaker and the Senate President shall designate the other 4 members of the MIF. Of course, the other it will be co-chaired by the chairpersons of the House Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries and the Senate Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies.
So it's automatically the chairman of the Committee on Banks will be part of the oversight.
Yes, it will be co-chaired, yes.
Co-chair, but there will be another appointee.
Yes, the 4 other members shall designate the 4 other members of the MIF Oversight Committee.
So under this oversight, can Congress veto an investment using the fund, like in a failed BBB project?
The power for the investments is with the board of directors. Yeah, as with oversight, it's they don't take a direct role in the operations.
But
of the
exactly what
DOJ.
powers do they have? Just to be
I
able
think
to,
as we do oversight for other agencies, of course, we evaluate and we see how we can, perhaps if there's anything that in terms of legislation that we can do. But of course, it's also informative to the public. And we can certainly we can recommend, as we have done before, to take action. We can strongly recommend and to bring to light should there be any need to bring to light any actions of the board of directors.
okay, I understand. It's almost like reporting to the public by making available documents and the transparency. What is the reason for disallowing individuals to participate in both the MIC and MIF? Because the language of the bill limits participation to only financial institutions and corporations. So for example, meron isang mayaman na Pilipino, he's investing personally, not through a company. This is not allowed. Now, there might be a reason why this is not allowed. Can you explain to me why that is?
They can invest in the MIF. The MIC is the corporate entity that controls that manages the fund.
So MIF
So,
pwede silang
The
mag-invest.
government controls the MIC, but the MIC manages the MIF. So these investors can invest in the MIF.
Are they going to be offering stock? Will there be a stock offering on the MIF? How
In the MIC, they will be issuing some preferred shares. So in that way, preferred shares are basically shares that are non-voting in nature.
so the general public can avail of that?
Yes, they did.
So
Not yet. Not the general. Sorry, the preferred shares will not be available to the general.
no, but
But the MIF, they can invest in the MIF.
how?
In different ways, of course. For instance, they can if they choose to issue debt, maybe issue a bond. The public can subscribe to these bonds, and they can also create vehicles. They can create sub funds, and these sub funds can be allocated for a specific project or for a specific type of project, and the investors can choose to invest in one of these.
No, I need to be educated in this. So will this be listed in the stock exchange? I'm just curious. Will the
It will not be listed in the stock
Okay.
exchange.
Now, raising funds for the government. We have big ticket government assets. Are you aware of certain government assets that can be sold for the government to raise money?
Yeah, am I personally aware of any government assets that are being there? I suppose that DOF has assets that they regularly sell. I'm sure they have a list of them available.
This is probably low-hanging fruit that we can utilize if what we're needing is capital for our other projects.
Yeah, there are assets. Some of them include the Food Terminal Incorporated, National Housing Authority Tala Estate, Phil Eastern Wood Industries, Pioneer Manufacturing Corp Land, Mylong Complex. So these are just among some of the assets that perhaps can be privatized and can be subject to perhaps an influx of infusion of investment.
Okay. The reason why I bring up those non-performing government assets is it's also a venue from which we can possibly raise funds for all of these other projects that the government has. So Mr. President, I understand that we have to make it more enticing for foreign investors and other investors to come in to help us raise money for many different crucial projects here in the country. But I know this is a priority measure of the administration, and I would like we wish nothing more than its success. But it's something that we really need to ensure that when we pass this bill, it has all the safeguards so that it will not be used for something nefarious or something that will eventually undermine the effectivity and the intention of this bill. So it's really important that something this big be scrutinized properly. And I would just like to ask the good sponsor that will you are you open to amendments later on, or are you pushing for this to be passed in toto?
We're open to amendments. We're definitely open to amendments. And in fact, this what we have here, this report that we're discussing today, it's been this is the product of a lot of four committee hearings, three technical working groups, a roadshow. We really endeavored to collect all the comments and suggestions of all our legislators so that we can come up with a bill, like you said, that is very cognizant of the possible dangers of any kind of misuse possibly. So we've really gone out of our way to incorporate that in this version of the bill.
Mr. President, one last question. For the composition of the board, there's no requirement of citizenship, right? You don't have to be a natural born Filipino citizen. I'm just curious. The reason why I'm saying this is sometimes expertise or even reputation of certain board members that we get, let's say from the international community, that can be advantageous to us. Kasi kung limited tayo sa natural-born Filipino citizen or naturalized Filipino citizen, we might be losing out on possible credible or even respected members of the financial community that we can tap to be members of the board.
Yes, it's here in section 20. The regular, and I emphasize regular, the regular directors shall be citizens of the Philippines, at least 35 years of age, and must be of good moral standing and reputation, of recognized probity and independence, and have substantial experience and expertise.
So kailangan Filipino nga.
For the regular, but there are, if you look at the composition of the 9-member board, there are 3 independent directors from the private sector.
And they don't have to be.
So this doesn't apply. There's no provision for the citizenship provision for the independent directors.
Oh, kasi Mr. President, syempre suntok lang sa buwan. Pero what if a caliber of a Warren Buffett accepts to be a member of the board? Why not, right?
Went well taken.
Yeah, so that's all. That's why I wanted to clarify. And with that, Mr. President, I'm closing my interpellation, and hopefully I won't have to interpellate again later on. Thank you to the good sponsor for graciously answering our questions and for clarifying certain points that we raised.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, next to interpolate supposedly Senator Alan Cayetano and Senator Win
I think somebody's online.
Yes,
Senator,
Mr.
yes,
President.
Majority Leader.
Majority Leader is I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one quick question with regard to what Senator Grace Poe had mentioned, because the sponsor made a statement a while ago that some of the funds will be coming from, and I was listening attentively to the interpellations, Food Terminal Incorporated, Tollways Management Incorporated, North Luzon Express, National Housing Authority Property, Tala Estate. These are the same items given to us by the Department of Finance as they submitted documents requested during the hearing. These are for privatization, Mr. President, for 2023. But as mentioned a while ago by the sponsor, we made mention about mile-long complex, Mr. President, which the document says will be targeted be privatized by 2025, Mr. President. So my only question is that are these entities mentioned by the sponsor as they are going to be privatized? Lahat po ba ito pupunta sa Maharlika funds, Your Honor?
Sorry, are you asking, this is your honor is asking if these are included in, these projects are included in the initial capitalization of the fund? Did I understand that correctly?
No, not really, Your Honor, because for example, Long, which is estimated at 7.7 billion pesos, will be privatized in 2025. So definitely, for the initial capitalization, it will not be included. But my question would be, all this listed here as submitted by DOF, which will be subjected to privatization, lahat po ba ito na pondo ay pupunta sa Maharlika funds?
No, not necessarily. These were just examples of government assets that we just gave a list of target government assets for possible, these are just possible sources or projects, that assets of government that can be, that can be somehow either disposed of or can be invested in or maximize or otherwise maximized.
Thank you very much for that clarification, because now it's clear to me that the 25 something billion will be coming from this portion, Mr. President. And at the proper time, we'll ask some questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I hope you're feeling better, Madjo.
Thank
He
you.
looks good.
Thank
He
you.
looks good,
Thank you.
actually. Maybe he can go back to work.
I hope so, Mr. President. I hope so. I am excited to work with you again, Mr. President.
Yeah, we miss you here. Yes, Monday man. Sabi ni Senator Coco, yung minority leader, Monday ka na lang dumating kasi baka may positive ka pa. Anyway.
Sure that we'll check, Mr. President, before we report for work.
I'm sure you'll be fine by Monday. And yes, you were saying, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpret supposedly Senator Wing Gatchalian, but he'd rather continue his interpellation tomorrow, and also Senator Alan Cayetano,
Okay.
who said that he will likewise interpellate tomorrow. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2020. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we suspend consideration, we just like to put on record that sponsors here, as well as I think the agencies involved. Maybe by tomorrow, Mr. Sponsor, maybe we can ask Secretary Jokno to join us, some of the departments, economic team to join tomorrow as well. So to show the priority, although they already signed the measure, I have it right here in my hand, hot off the press. It is signed by both ES, Bersamin, and the President for immediate action on the measure, certification from Malacanang. And it'll be properly read by the Secretary once you do a reference of business. Yeah.
Right.
So just for the information of the body. So the motion to suspend, the measure is suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2219 under Committee Report number 68. This is the bill extending the period of availment of estate tax amnesty. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Padilla is raising his hand. He wanted to just ask some clarificatory questions before we proceed to the next bill. Yes, please, Senator.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong Ginoong Mayorya. Sandali lang po ito, Ginoong Pangulo, sa 79 na banal na pangalan po ng Panginoon Diyos. Gusto ko lamang pong magtanong, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat ito pong mga nangyayari naming pagdinig sa komite ng atin pong ginagalang at minamahal na Senador na Ronald de la Rosa, nagkakaroon po ako ng maraming katanungan, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat pakiramdam ko po yung amin pong pagdinig ay hindi na siniseryoso noong mga tinatanong po namin. Katulad po kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, 8 na po ang masasabi natin na nakakontempt. Ang tanong ko po, ito po bang itong mga akusado na ito na hindi nagsasabi at dinadaan kami sa lagi nilang I invoke my rights to remain silent, I invoke my rights against self-incrimination, parang nagbobolahan na lang po kami doon. Ito po ba ay hindi natin pwedeng i-adapt kung ano yung ginagawa nila sa ibang bansa na kapag parang nilalaro nila yung Senado nila doon, pwede natin din kasuhan, Ginoong Pangulo? Ganun na po ba talaga? Hanggang contempt lang po ba talaga ang pwede natin gawin? Wala po tayong pwedeng gawin na kasuhan din itong mga to? At sa katunayan, parang masarap pa yung buhay nila dyan at naka-aircon pa sila doon. Sabi nga po ni Senator Rapi Tulfo, naka-aircon pa sila doon. Ano po ba ang pwedeng gawin na ating mahal na Ginoong Pangulo?
Well, unang-una under Section 19 sa ating rules, no, Section 18 sa ating rules, we have the power to contempt. Yung ginagawa po natin na yun. Dahil yata pinakamaraming na-contempt sa at least sa aking experience sa Senado, usually isa, dalawa, pinakamarami ng 3. Pero ngayong araw yata 8. Yung joke ko kanina kay Secretary ay magdagdag na tayo ng CAFCEL dito para mga mukhang mas marami pang ikukulong natin dito sa Senado. Pero nakakainis. Nagmo-monitor ako kanina, talagang pinaglalaro na lang nila ang committee. And after the contempt, of course, after the contempt of these individuals, hanggang makompel po natin sila na magsalita ng katotohanan. Although the privilege against self-incrimination is provided by the Constitution. Unfortunately, it is provided by the Constitution under Section 19. So, hindi talaga natin sila mapipilitan magsalita, although makokontempt natin sila hanggang magsalita sila ng katotohanan. Kaya may mga panahon dito noon na sa time ni Senator Gordon na halos ilang buwan na yun, ilang buwan tayo nag-contempt ng, may ilang buwan pa eh. Nag-Christmas dito nag-Christmas at New Year's yung mga na-contempt dito eh. Until the end of Congress. Kasi yung contempt order, pwede po yan hanggang the end of Congress. So, matagal-tagal po yun. Kaya kung sa tingin nyo ay hindi pa sila nabibigay ng katotohanan at nagbibigay linaw sa inyong investigasyon, pwede makontempt yun ng matagal. And of course, it can either be here in the halls of the Senate or it could be done in Pasay City Jail. And there has been times na yung mga na-contempt po natin ay dun sa Pasay City Jail ay kinulong. So, pero yung isang tanong nyo, pwede ba natin silang kasuhan? Pwede. Any individual can file the case and complaint against these individuals. As a matter of fact, yung Blue Ribbon Committee reports, ginagamit ng ombudsman sa napakaraming kaso. Nakakatulong po yan sa mga kaso pinafile sa ombudsman at pinafile po nila sa Sandigan Bayan. So marami po tayong pwedeng hakbang gawin. Pwede natin patawag yung Chief PNP. Pwede po tayong magsumbong sa NAPOLCOM for administrative cases to be filed. Pwede po natin makompel po na masuspend sila para in aid of the investigation. Mawala muna sila sa trabaho kasi pag sila po hindi na-suspend, ay may baril pa sila, may kapangyarihan pa yung mga yan. So marami po tayong hakbang. And yes, the chairman of the committee together with its members can file if I'm not mistaken, we have a lawyer in the House, which is our minority leader. You can file a class suit against these people with the evidences presented during the committee hearing. Is that correct, minority leader? You can file a case to assist, to start the ball rolling, ika nga, kung hindi gumalaw yung proper agencies of government. Pwede po yan.
Kasi po, Ginoong Pangulo, meron pong ganap kanina na nilabas na po nung NAPOLCOM yung video na identified na po sila lahat doon. Nagsisinungaling pa rin, Ginoong Pangulo. Talagang ako po talaga naguguluhan po. So, ibig pong sabihin, pwede po tayong mag-file, Ginoong Pangulo.
Ito nga, meron din, babasahin ko din yung right of self-incrimination under Section 19. In such a case, the committee, by a majority vote of its members present being a quorum, shall determine whether the right has been properly invoked. If the committee decides otherwise, it shall resume its investigation and question or questions previously refused to be answered shall be repeated to the witness. If the latter, ibig sabihin yung witness, continues to refuse to answer the questions, the committee may punish him for contempt or contumacious conduct. Ano yung contumacious conduct? May ina tayo dyan sa ano?
Contumacious?
Worthy of contempt. Yan, contumacious.
Contempt.
So pwedeng mapailan din na, well, unang-una yun ang kapangyarihan ng committees po natin dito. Pangalawa, pwede po tayo mag-file ng kaso sa kanila.
Yun lamang po, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, kasi po talagang masakit po sa atin na para po tayo talagang para po tayong pinaiikot-ikot. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat naman. At nakita niyo naman po, kapatid, ay kagad-agad pumipirma ako ng inyong contempt order. Nagpadala sa akin, pirma agad. So maraming salamat po sa inyo po, kapatid sa Robin Hood Padilla. Majority Leader.
Yes, again, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2219 under Committee Report number 16. This is the bill extending the period of availment of state amnesty. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian.
And likewise, to interpret our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
So thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our very hardworking chairman, Mr. President, magsasawa po ito sa interpellation natin sa dami ng bills po na ini-sponsor po ng ating chairman, Senator Win Gatchalian. So with this permission, Mr. President, if we could start with our interpellation.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll be more than happy to receive questions from our good minority leader, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we have no fundamental objection to this bill, which basically extends an amnesty period, which we are already observing, except that there are some new features, I think, in this bill, Mr. President. Some new ideas. Are we introducing some new ideas, Mr. President?
We're introducing a few innovations, Mr. President, in the availment of the amnesty. Aside from, there are two basic principles here, Mr. President. The extension of the availment period to June 15, 2023, and the extension of the coverage, Mr. President, to December 31, 2021. But aside from that, Mr. President, aside from those basic principles, we also included a payment term, Mr. President, of 2 years. The 2 years is being extended to the regular estate tax payment right now. So we extended the same payment terms for the amnesty, Mr. President. Installment payment, Mr. President.
Yes, that is for the 2-year period to pay in installments is already being granted by the BIR to certain taxpayers, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Except that they cannot or did not grant this to the availers of the estate tax amnesty?
Yes, Mr. President. Because the concept there, Mr. President, is since the amnesty relieves the taxpayer of interest and penalties. In effect, this is a relief to the taxpayers. So they require the taxpayer to pay in full. But Mr. President, during the hearing, one of our resource persons made a very good point. The resource person from the private sector mentioned that at this point, we are already tapping our poor constituents or constituents who come from ordinary means, Mr. President. And from her experience, she narrated that most of these constituents cannot pay lump sum or cannot pay in one time. And she recommended to extend payment terms or installment payments to this poor or ordinary taxpayers, Mr. President. Hence, we included that same installment mechanism that is available to the regular estate tax to the amnesty, Mr. President.
The 2-year period to pay in installments is only available to estate tax payers who are not delinquent.
Yes, Mr. President, correct.
So, in-extend na po natin.
In-extend lang natin, Mr.
Sige
President.
po. So we are abandoning that reasoning na ito, amnesty, waive na nga ang penalty,
Yes,
waive
correct.
na nga ang interest. Kaya,
Yes.
so,
Correct, Mr. President.
So dagdagan pa natin.
Yes,
Ano,
Mr. President. Parang ano ito, parang additional come on, Mr.
Yes,
President.
dagdagan pa natin ng parang benepisyo which should not be difficult to also rationalize and accept, Mr. President.
Yes.
Kasi we are already giving it. So bigyan
Yes,
na lang
Mr.
po
President.
natin.
And I think the
Apo.
experience of our resource person from the private sector is very valid, Mr. President. That a lot of the remaining unavailers or those who did not avail of the amnesty come from very simple means, Mr. President. They cannot pay lump sum. So, but extending the installment payment to them will definitely ease the burden of there's no administrative difference, Mr. President, because this is being extended
Yes.
to the estate taxpayers, Mr. President.
Sayang di natin naisip before, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, that's the beauty about the hearings because we solicit suggestions from our resource persons. In fact, this actually came from them, the resource person. It didn't come from the
Private,
committee.
not the
Private,
BIR.
Mr. President. Private.
Sa-
It's the Tax Management Association
Yes,
of the Philippines.
practitioner.
The
Apo.
practitioner ho sila, Mr.
So
President.
let's go back to the two basic points, Mr. President. Ayusin na kagad natin. So, the extension period, wala na pong problema doon, ano? Very clear na po. The dates are clear, no?
Yes,
The-
Mr. President. June,
The last day of the extended period is very clear and definite in the measure, Mr. President.
yes, correct,
Okay,
Mr.
sige po.
President.
So, and that would be, what would be the last day of the extended period, Mr. President?
June 14, 2025, Mr. President.
Okay. That's found on page 2, lines 5 to 6.
line
Yes.
5,
Yes,
Mr. President.
yes, sir. And then, so the second point is the date of death of the decedent. I think that's the second basic point that we need to fix, Mr. President.
Correct,
The measure provides December 31, 2021 as the new date.
Yes, Mr. President.
It is twice mentioned. The date December 31, 2021 is twice mentioned in section 4, to be amended section 4, which is section 1 of the measure. Dapat po bang ganun yun? Dapat po bang ganun yun? That the date of the decedent is also, the date of the death of the decedent is also the date when the estate taxes should have remained unpaid or have accrued, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Well, the simple answer to that, Mr. President, we just changed the date. And this is lifted, the exact section is lifted out of the original amnesty law, Mr. President. So we just lifted it there, Mr. President.
Sige pa. So ang the next idea, Mr. President, is if we could make that date a later date so that there will be more beneficiaries of the amnesty program, Mr. President, if the sponsor is open.
Yes, Mr. President, I had a very good discussion with the minority leader before the interpellation, Mr. President, and the good minority leader made a very good point that there's a gap. No? And just to fill in the gap, Mr. President, we are amenable to extend the 2021 date, Mr. President.
Yes, and Mr. President, we in our consultation with the experts, what would be the latest date that we could accommodate, Mr. President? And then let me hear first the date, and then probably we can talk about, amending or updating the measure, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we had a lengthy discussion with our team and also with STSRO headed by Attorney Dasil, our resident tax experts in the Senate. And it seems to be that the most latest or the latest date will be May 31 of 2021. May 21. And
May 31.
May.
May 31 of
Sorry,
2022.
sorry, May 31
Of 2022.
2021. Sorry, May 31, 2022. Sorry, Mr. President. I'm getting confused with the dates.
Okay, so
That is based on my consultation. That seems to me, and based on my analysis also, the safest and the latest date that we can extend the December 31, 2021 date, Mr. President.
ang epekto naman ito, mas marami ang
Yes, Mr. President.
mag-benefit.
And we will close that gap, Mr. President. As you correctly pointed out during our consultation, there's a gap between the period of coverage, if we end it on December 31, 2021, and the period of availment, Mr. President. So, and you pointed out correctly, Mr. President, that just to be fair, no, we should close that gap, Mr. President.
Sige. Sige, if that is the latest date that can be conceded by our sponsor in consultation with the experts, so I will no longer contest the date. So in the period of amendments, we can update
Yes,
the
Mr.
date,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
President.
Mr. President, Section 6 of the law that we are amending, which is actually Section 2 of our measure, on page 2, we mention here authorized tax software provider.
Yes, Mr.
Is
President.
this a new concept, Mr. President?
Not really, Mr. President. It's being implemented by the BIR right now, and I've seen this personally, no, especially with MSMEs, Mr. President, in which there are third-party software providers, and the payment is already connected to that third-party software provider. So typically, if you're a small company, this software provider can provide you with automated services via internet. And I've seen this, Mr. President, because I was doing some research. That does away with physical accountants. If you're a small company, no, this does not apply to big companies. But for small companies, you can do away with physical accountants, with physical accounting people, and you just use that software to track your books, to update your books, and to generate the necessary financial statements, Mr. President. That software is now equipped with payment. So in other words, you can report directly to the BIR, but at the same time, you can also pay the BIR, Mr. President. So we want to apply that flexibility to the estate tax payment, Mr. President. So the point here, Mr. President, is the availers can now pay electronically through those software providers, Mr. President.
So right now, the system is
Software.
estate taxpayers who are not delinquent can avail, can pay through the authorized tax software provider?
Yes, Mr. President. Of course, the BIR will come up with the necessary regulations to enable that. But because of the law, it will now allow taxpayers to pay electronically through these software
Is it
providers.
being
Mr.
done
President.
now for those who are not delinquent, Mr. President?
No, no, Mr. President. No, Mr. President. They still go to the normal payment, Mr. President. They go to the BIR
So
physically.
there must be a reason, Mr. President, why payment through the authorized tax software provider is not an available mode of payment to estate taxpayers who are not delinquent, Mr. President.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. President, actually, that's one of the things or one of the issues that came out in our hearing, the ease of payment, Mr. President. And BAR, through the hearing, was also amenable to make it easier for our taxpayers to pay electronically. So, Mr. President, in the past, if you want to avail of the amnesty, you have to physically go to your RDO, to your Revenue District office, and pay there. But upon consultation with the BIR, because they're doing it for other forms of taxes, the same principle can be applied for estate tax, Mr. President.
So nauna po ito, yung ating amnesty, estate tax amnesty law will overtake the regular
No, Mr. President.
settlement of estate tax because estate taxpayers who are not delinquent cannot pay through the authorized tax software provider. I have no objections to that, Mr. President. Basta mas ano pa to, mas landmark law pa ito. Naunahan pa niya yung regular law, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, right now, if you want to pay your ordinary taxes, you can actually pay through an authorized agent bank. And we actually filed another bill, no, the ease of paying taxes that will allow ordinary taxes to be paid through a software, a authorized tax software provider, Mr. President.
That's a bill,
So,
Mr. President.
That's a bill on the floor already.
Which could be overtaken by this one, Mr.
Actually, Mr. President, in principle, this amnesty bill will overtake that
Yeah.
because this will be enacted before that bill, Mr. President. So, you're right in a sense that mauuna siya, Mr. President.
Okay, so we are giving the BIR as well as the taxpayer a preview of what is to come.
Yes, Mr. President. You're absolutely correct, Mr. President. But in the period when we talk about the ease of paying taxes, Mr. President, you will see exactly the same language in that bill, Mr. President. And the reason for that is for your regular estate tax in the future, if you want to pay your regular estate tax, you can this process will be applied to that regular estate tax payments, Mr. President.
I understand, Mr. President, and it's not unwise not to provide the more modern or more flexible ways in a very special law. Special law kasi ito, Mr. President, talagang very specific law. But then, Mr. President, ilan ba ito sila? Itong authorized tax software provider is only available to MSMEs, and then iilan lang po ito sila so that we will know baka meron pong mislead by availing services of software providers who are not authorized, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, the BIR accredited three
only.
Authorized tax software provider. Mr. President, I just flashed on the slide, Mr. President. This is one of them. It's called One Tax, Mr. President, and everything's done online.
Mr. President, since tatlo lang din naman, can we mention the names of the three?
One Tax. This one on the screen.
One Tax. Ano pa? Tatlo lang.
So, Mr. President, just to give you an example, this one, went to that website and I took a look at their services. And basically, Mr. President, with the internet now, you can do all your bookkeeping or your accounting through the internet. Because normally MSMEs are quite simple in terms of bookkeeping. So they can now do that through the internet. And BIR is already linked to this software, Mr. President. So the goal here is to accredit more tax software provider in the future so that reportorial requirements will be faster, even payment of taxes will be faster, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we're getting the names of the other two, Mr. President.
Mamaya-
But we'll furnish you
Yes, in due
throughout
time.
the process of the
Yes, we make of record, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've noticed that the Section 6 that we are talking about, the measure proposes the deletion of the phrase after Revenue District Office, line 7 po yung nag-start, of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, which has jurisdiction over the last residence of the decedent. Why are we proposing the deletion of this phrase? Isn't that anymore? Is that no longer important, Mr. President? Yung jurisdiction over the last resident of the decedent. Kasi nung nasa law school ako, importante pa yun, pero that was 30 years ago, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Well, Mr. President, the concept here is to allow the payer to pay anywhere, Mr. President. But because before, you have to pay where the decedent is located, or the RDO where the decedent is located, or where the RDO where the administrator is located. But right now, you can pay anywhere, Mr. President, and that's an innovation that we're introducing in this bill, and also introducing in the ease of paying taxes bill, Mr. President.
So if that is the case, Mr. President, I want to understand what is the function of the word appropriate found on page 2, line 21. The appropriate revenue district officer. Who are we referring to? The appropriate, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the filing will still be with your with the revenue district officer that has jurisdiction over where the decedent lives, Mr. President. So that is the why the word appropriate is there.
I thought we deleted that concept, Mr. President. Sino yun? Sino yung authorized? Sino yung appropriate?
Yes, sir.
This refers to this.
Yes, sir. Any revenue district.
Provided that the appropriate.
But yung submission ng ITAR anywhere. Yeah. Okay. So hindi.
My question, Mr. President, is what is the function of that
Yeah.
word appropriate, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I stand corrected, Mr. President. In the concept here is if you file your estate tax, the ETAR, the estate tax amnesty return, you can file it anywhere, Mr. President. And with the introduction of any authorized agent bank, you can also pay anywhere, Mr. President. So the word appropriate refers to where you filed your ETAR, Mr. President. So I stand corrected, Mr. President. I got confused. But the concept we're introducing here is you can file your return anywhere, Mr. President, and you can pay anywhere, Mr. President. So it solves the problem of heirs who are located, for example, in Metro Manila, and then the land or the asset of the decedent is located in the province, Mr. President. So as an example, they can file here in Metro Manila, and they can also pay here in Metro Manila.
And who who is the appropriate revenue district officer, Mr. President, who shall issue and endorse an acceptance payment form?
Mr. President, the appropriate here refers to where you filed your return, Mr. President. So, for example, you filed it in Quezon City, that becomes your appropriate RDO, Mr.
So
President.
in electronic filing, we will also know where you filed your return?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President.
Why-
Because everything is done electronically.
How is it determined, Mr. President? When it's electronic filing, where I am, let's say I am in Marikina, but where am I filing?
Mr. President, if you're in Marikina, you can file in your Marikina RDO.
No, but it's electronic filing, Mr. President, with the Marikina RDO. Is that it?
Yes, Mr. President, because you have to select the RDO. In our process, Mr. President, you still have to file to your RDO, Mr. President. Whether electronically or you physically go there, you still have to file with your
So
RDO, Mr.
in
President.
the system, in the system, the destination or the recipient is still clear. It's very clear.
Yes,
So
Mr.
you-
President.
okay, so-
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. President. Mr. President, for the tax software provider, the 3 accredited ones, the other one is named Taxumo, TAXUMO. The other one is One Tax, and the other one is TaxWiz, Mr. President.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. President. At least off record na po yung tatlo. Mr. President, so let's now go to the. I think this is also an innovation, Mr. President, that you is honored or the committee limited the documentary requirements which need to accompany the estate tax amnesty return, Mr. President. Ganun po ba yun?
Well, Mr. President, Mr. President, the from our hearing and also from some anecdotal feedback that I got, several RDOs have different requirements, Mr. President. And just let me just put on record, no, these are all anecdotal, Mr. President. And we also verified that some of the requirements being posted in the office or in the website are different with different RDOs, Mr. President. And that led to a lot of confusion, especially from our ordinary availers, Mr. President. So what we did is we already specified in the law what are the mandatory requirements, what are the requirements that are needed. And we also remove one requirement on the barangay certification, because upon consultation with the BIR in the hearing, this can be removed, no, from the list of requirements, Mr. President. So we standardize the requirements, so to speak, through law, and then we remove one requirement so that the point of contact when you get your requirements will be lessened, Mr. President, at least lessened by one, because the barangay requirement was removed, Mr. President.
So at least ito na, law na po ang nag-provide at ito lang. Bawal, do we need to make it clear na bawal dagdagan?
Yes, Mr. President, we made it clear I don't know. Yeah, well, Mr. President, it is implied, no, in the law, on page 5, line 7. We put language there that the commissioner may require alternative documents, but they cannot increase the number of documents, Mr. President.
Well, it's not there, Mr. President, that they cannot increase. This actually, when I read this first, I got worried yung alternative baka maging additional.
No, Mr. President, we were very careful with that because we don't want also to, like, for example, the death certificate, Mr. President. In our discussion, Mr. President, it's very difficult to get the death certificate of dissidents because some of the dissidents have passed away decades and decades, Mr. President. So in the absence of a death certificate, the commissioner can require other forms that will reflect, or other forms equivalent of a death certificate, Mr. President.
So it's, is that the reason why,
Mr.
Paragraph-
President, sorry, in page 2, there's language there. Line 27, provided further that for the availment of the estate tax amnesty, the requirements to be submitted to the Bureau of Internal Revenue by the filers of the estate tax amnesty shall be limited to the following, Mr. President.
so it's the word limited, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then we make of record that ano yung isa? That alternative does not mean additional.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President. Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. President.
So is that
Thank you
the
very
reason why, Mr. President, why on page 3, under A, mandatory requirements, paragraph 1, on the certified true copy of the death certificate, you are entertaining the scenario where there is no record of death? Ganun pala?
Yes, Mr. President. That also came out from the hearing where one of the resource person, actually from the BIR, that person works in one of the RDOs, the Regional District Office. And they encountered a lot of issues regarding the death certificate, especially from dissidents who passed away a very long time ago, Mr. President.
So, don't we feel the need to limit this alternative way of proving death, Mr. President? Maybe kasi for the relatively recent deaths, I don't think you can use, this should not be available, Mr. President, that there is no record of death, Mr. President? Or am I mistaken that there are still relatively recent deaths where which are not there is no record of death, Mr. President?
Well, logically, Mr. President, I think if it's relatively new, the records will be intact, Mr. President. So we're open to suggestions, Mr. President, on how to limit it so it will not be abused. I think the intention there is it will not be abused, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. That's the reason why I'm also asking, ma'am. This might be the paragraph or provision open to abuse, Mr. President. But I may be mistaken, Mr. President. So,
Mr. President, I was told by our source persons that this specific language is already existing in the list of requirement or the revenue regulation of the BIR, Mr. President.
for the current
amnesty period, Mr. President.
Thank you. Pero yun na nga, we should not take comfort on what are stated in the current amnesty program, Mr. President, because one of the reasons why we're extending is the insufficient number of availers, Mr. President. So ibig sabihin nga, that's why may mga new ideas nga eh. Ano ba yung dahilan bakit hindi nag-avail, Mr. President? We cannot attribute everything to the pandemic, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President. That's why we introduced some innovation so that I told them I actually started off with a quote during the hearing, a quote from Albert Einstein that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again but expecting different results, Mr. President. So I do agree that it's insufficient to just extend the period of availment, but we should also introduce innovations so that we can increase the number of availers, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, just to make it of record, I have here the guidelines and instructions for BIR form number 2118-EA, estate tax amnesty return. mandatory requirements for issuance of certificate of availment of estate tax amnesty. Number one, certified true copy of the death certificate. Yan po nakasulat, Mr. President. So, ano po yung nasabi natin na this is that no record, this no record alternative proof, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the BIR issued a subsequent revenue memorandum circular. That's circular number 868-2019. And in Q35, flash this. We'll flash it, Mr. President, so we can see. But let me just put on record, in page 9 of this document, the certificate of no record of debt from PSA and any valid secondary evidence, including but not limited to those issued by any government agency, office sufficient to establish the fact of death of the decedent may be submitted, Mr. President. Well, I'll just flash it on the, so that,
Yes, Mr. President, so maybe that was a summary. So
yeah, Mr. President,
they
it's a
did
summary.
not-
Correct,
yes,
Mr. President.
They did not, that was the category of the document required, but then there is an alternative or secondary evidence allowed, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I know that we are working within a limited timeline here, Mr. President, a very short timeline, Mr. President. And so, and I think we have covered we just need to extend the amnesty period. We need to update the date of the death of the decedent so that the heirs can benefit. And then we have discussed the innovations, Mr. President. So I think this will make the requirements clearer to all and easier to comply with, so that they will take advantage of the amnesty. But do we intend this to be the last amnesty period, Mr. President?
I totally agree, Mr. President. In fact, during the hearing, I narrated my experience when I was a mayor. Extending amnesty should be done once in a blue moon, Mr. President, because if you keep on extending amnesty, it's not an amnesty anymore. It becomes the norm, Mr. President. So, but because of the pandemic and other circumstances, Mr. President, the committee deemed it beneficial to extend it one more time, Mr. President. But it's last night, Mr. President. It's not my, as long as I'm the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, I will not endorse any extension anymore, Mr. President, because it defeats the purpose of an amnesty, Mr. President, because an amnesty should be only done once and as a way, as a reprieve and as a way for people to update their records. But after that, you should pay regular taxes, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, just to put on record, Mr. President, and I want to put this on record because this document was submitted to us by the DOF last May 22, 2023, that the target revenue for this proposal is 6.15 billion, Mr. President. And the target availers or target new availers, Mr. President, is 153,000, Mr. President. So let me just put that on record since this document was just submitted to us. 6 billion is a significant amount, Mr. President. 6 billion.
But as stated by the sponsor in his speech, I think they also made a projection before, which was not reached, Mr. President.
Yes, but Mr. President, in fairness, the target was 7 billion. Was
six something.
6.28 billion, and they managed to collect 7 billion plus, Mr. President. So the collection went above target, Mr. President.
About that.
Above target, Mr. President. Because the original target was 6.28, but the actual collection is 7, what's that? 7.5 billion, Mr. President. But after calculating once again and requiring the official target, we can still extract about 6.5 billion pesos, Mr. President.
I think the 7 billion, Mr. President, was from two amnesty periods.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
President,
but
correct.
the
Tama.
original estimate was for the first amnesty period. Hindi tinamaan.
Yes, no, tama ka, Mr.
Just to
President.
be clear, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President. Just to be accurate, yes.
So
The first amnesty never hit the target, Mr.
we
President.
allow them to come up with another estimate, but with caution, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President. So, Mr. President, on the payment by installment, section 4, page 6, line 4. So it appears to me that this is not a matter of right, Mr. President. May condition pala. The estate taxpayer cannot, as a matter of right, pay by installment. It's a special case that the estate has insufficient cash to pay. Yun po yun. That's the only time that they can avail of payment by installment.
If there's insufficient cash.
Gawin na natin matter of right. Sabi mo kay Pierre, gawin natin matter of right.
Mr. President, we lifted this from the train law, Mr. President, so that the application will be equal, Mr. President.
What may we know, Mr. President, train law section? What section of what law, Mr. President?
26 train laws. I think section. 26 of train law and section.
Yeah. This is RA.
RA and then
RA to. Ito. Mr. President, it's lifted out of RA 10963 or the train law. And it's in section 26, amending section 91, letter C, Mr. President.
Ano sabi? Section. So, is the sponsor not amenable to making this
More
as a
general.
matter of right,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
President?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm very open to that, Mr. President, and I thank the good minority leader for pointing that out. No, that it might be interpreted as a limiting condition, Mr. President. But the intention, Mr. President, and I think also in practice, no.
In other tax types.
So yes, Mr. President, we're very open to that.
Mahirap pong pabayaan natin na hopefully in practice i-observe. So, unless there is something technically or fundamentally wrong with the idea, Mr. President, from our tax practitioners and the tax agency, Mr. President, I'm willing to be educated, Mr. President. If is there something fundamentally wrong or defective with the idea, Mr. President, of extending the right to pay in installments?
I think, Mr. President, for this particular case, I would agree with the minority leader that let's not limit it to specific conditions, no, Mr. President. And it's very and number two, Mr. President, it's very difficult to determine whether the taxpayers will have fulfilled those conditions or not.
Yeah.
Administratively, it's very difficult, Mr. President. It's not practical. So let's just extend it to everyone, Mr. President.
I thank you for that openness, Mr. President. Kasi as currently stated, di ba?
Yeah, Mr.
Through
President.
administrative issuance, you need to prove Mr. President, that you have insufficient cash.
But
So-
after proving, Mr. President, how will the BIR validate whether the proof is?
But you need to prove kasi the BIR will be afraid of granting you that option to pay by installment if they don't have the proof that you have insufficient cash as stated.
Yes,
So,
Mr.
Mr.
President, I
President,
agree.
with the openness of our sponsor, and then if we can amend it, so ang dami na natin binibigay, Mr. President. Diba? Ang dami na nating concessions, no interest, no penalty, pay by installment, so marami, and pay anywhere, marami-rami na po tayong
Yes, innovation.
binigay po na,
Yeah.
and then the documentary requirements, His Honor lessened it by one.
We lessened it by one.
one
We made it
document.
standard because
And
it's
then standard para wala na pong paiba-ibang standard. So, nalungkot lang ako doon na paiba-ibang standards, which should not have happened because,
yeah, it's
the burden.
but let me just to be fair, Mr. President, those are anecdotal feedbacks from us.
Why anecdotal, Mr. President? Didn't the BIR appear before the committee, Mr. President?
They did, Mr. President.
Didn't we confront the BIR with this?
We did, Mr. President.
information?
But of course, just to be fair, no, I did my own inquiry informally with people who want to avail the amnesty, and this is the feedback that we gathered. And I actually flashed a screenshot of a requirement from a particular RDO, Mr. President. And in that requirement, there are prerequisites that are not in the mandatory requirement. That's why we deemed it necessary to standardize it, Mr. President.
Dapat po hindi po maulit yan,
Yes, Mr. President.
Ngayon, Mr. President, di ba medyo kapos na to sa oras, and then pero sa IRR we're giving it 60 days to write it. Sanay na sila rito. Can we not shorten the period, Mr. President?
We can, Mr. President. I think this is a we had one experience already in the extension, so I don't think it will be a problem to lessen it, Mr. President.
So that's confirmed with our the finance people, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
but Mr. President, they'll
30
do their
days.
best. They're smiling because they know they can do it, Mr. President. The smile is a affirmation, Mr. President.
I think you just need to, anong tawag mo doon? Edit
Proforma.
a Word document, Mr. President.
Proforma lang yan, Mr.
So,
President.
okay. So with that, Mr. President, medyo I think we have extensively discussed the measure, and we congratulate our sponsor for acting swiftly. I think kararating lang nito sa Senate.
Yes, Mr. President.
Nahiring na po natin,
Yes,
So hindi po nagtagal sa atin.
Yes, as the good Senate President mentioned, under the Constitution, all tax measures should emanate from the House. And as soon as we receive the version of the House, even on a Friday, which is no work in the Senate, we requested the Secretariat to come in so we can hear this as soon as possible. Our members signed it over the weekend. They studied it, they signed it, they made comments, and then now we're debating on it, Mr. President, so that we can pass this and ratify this before the sine die break, Mr. President.
Yes, the minority, Mr. President, hindi naman magiging hadlang, sagabal sa mga
Thank you.
sa mga panukalang konkreto ang benepisyo sa taong bayan. So ito kaya nga with our intended amendments, Mr. President, baka dumami pa ang
Yes,
pagbenepisyo po rito.
I think so, Mr. President.
We'd like to put on record that we appreciate the efforts of the minority to be a doing critical collaboration with the majority in passing and enhancing bills. So we thank the minority leader for that. Maraming salamat po, minority.
So thank you to our sponsor, Mr. President. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Minority Leader, and thank you for continuing enhancing our bill, and thank you for the excellent suggestion to sharpen the bill, Mr. President. Bukas pwede pa. Yeah. Yes, lang natin.
Sponsor yung PPP. Si Senator J.D. Bukas na daw. Kasi ibang co-sponsors wala din. Session suspended for 1 minute.
The member who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolation. I so move, Mr. President.
Period of interpolation is closed. There's no objection to the motion.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
To there being no objection, period of amendments is open.
Mr. President, I move to that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Will Gatchalian, for the individual amendments.
Yes, I distinguished sponsors recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. On section 1, page 1, line 6, change the date December 31, 2021 to May 31, 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
On the same section, line 8, change the date December 31, 2021 to May 31, 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment is approved.
On page 5, section 3, amending section 8, line 28, after the words estate tax, 4, delete the words taxable year 2021, and in lieu thereof, insert the words the period May 31, 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 6,
Section 4.
section 4, lines 4 to 5, delete the words in case the available cash of the estate is insufficient to pay the total estate tax due and the comma. And ano ito?
And just restart the section.
Start the section yung capital.
Can you repeat
And
that?
start the section
Capital payment.
capital P for the payment. I so move, Mr. President.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm sorry. Because the handwriting is so, I can't read the handwriting, Mr.
Of
President.
your staff? Okay.
Because they were crafting the language real time, Mr. President. So let me just repeat it. On page 6, section 4, lines 4 to 5, delete the words in case the available cash of the estate is insufficient to pay the total estate due.
Until the comma, up to the comma,
yeah,
take it out.
To pay total estate tax due, comma, delete that and replace small p with capital P.
So then the
in the word
sentence, in
payment.
other words, the section 4, payment by installment, we'll start with that word, payment by installment shall be allowed within 2 years.
Yes,
Yun na
correct.
po yan.
Yes, correct, Mr. President.
So it starts that way. Okay, subject to style, there being no objection, motion, the amendment's approved.
And lastly, Mr. President, on section 5, line 8, change the days, 60 days to 30 days. I so move, Mr. President.
That's a good move by the minority leader, and there being no objection to the amendment's approved.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. President, with no other
Subject to
individual,
style, subject to style.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, period of individual amendments is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2219. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senate Bill number 2219 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor and the members, and thank you to the minority leader.
Yes,
for the
Mr.
amendment.
President, before we suspend the measure, Senators Robin Hood Padilla and Senator Cynthia, we would like to be made co-authors of this measure.
Yes, we take note of that.
Mr. President, I move
No,
that
co-sponsor.
Co-
Not co-author, it's
Not
co-sponsor.
co-author, co-sponsor.
Bill. Co-sponsor.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2219.
The consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, May 24, 2023.
There be no objection to the motion of the majority leader. I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, May 24, 2023. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Have a good evening and have a safe evening.